Chapter 996. If it was an ancient god like Kingu, there was no need for him to take over Enkidu's body. This would lower his own status, so that Kingu must be an impostor as well. But Kingu was Tiamat's son, which was quite fitting for the impostor Enkidu. Speaking of which, Merlin told me something through the stone tablet. Gilgamesh showed an interested expression. It was obvious that Merlin was also hiding something from Gilgamesh. Merlin cast an illusion on Tiamat when he was in the Utopia, and kept Tiamat in a state of deep sleep, which led to Gorgon's appearance. Wuming told Gilgamesh about the letter Merlin wrote that he obtained from Anna. Kingu used the Holy Grail to connect Tiamat's 100-beast embryo authority to Gorgon's body, so that Gorgon could use the 100-beast embryo authority that was still in Tiamat's body, and through Gorgon's death, he could affect Tiamat and cause her to wake up from the illusion. For the record, this was something that Merlin discovered later. When Wuming used force to injure Tiamat's transformed Gorgon and caused Gorgon to return to normal, Tiamat woke up for a short while, but she immediately fell into a deep sleep. But even though it was only for a short while, it still caused serious injuries to Merlin. But because Tiamat did not wake up, Merlin did not suffer any fatal injuries. In other words, Gorgon's exit caused Tiamat to wake up. Gilgamesh did not blame Wuming. After all, Gorgon was an existence that had to be defeated, and Tiamat waking up was just a matter of time. Actually, I had a rough guess. I wanted to keep Gorgon and wait until I had prepared my trump card before attacking Gorgon, but Gorgon's state was really strange. I was afraid that something would happen if I delayed it too long, so I let Gorgon leave. Gilgamesh nodded and did not blame Wuming. In addition to Gorgon's mental state being abnormal, there was another important reason. Gorgon had already fought his way to the North Wall, and Gorgon couldn't possibly break through the wall. Furthermore, knowing that the enemy was goddess Tiamat was not without its benefits. At the very least, he knew that defeating goddess Tiamat would save the singularity. By the way, is Sidui still with the feathered serpent god? Gilgamesh suddenly asked. Wuming could not help but look at Gilgamesh. Why would he ask about Sidui at a time like this? This was obviously a personal matter, and it was unlikely that Gilgamesh would ask about it. But Wuming thought of Gilgamesh's clairvoyance. If Wuming did not arrive in time, Sidui would have undoubtedly been killed and assimilated into the monster. Wuming happened to see the monster being born from the body of the killed villager when he arrived, and he had to admit that it was quite disgusting, both psychologically and physically. Gilgamesh probably saw something bad in the future. But it was scary, but not dangerous. Wuming smiled faintly. With Wuming, an existence that did not belong to this world, any fate that was linked to Wuming would deviate from its fixed path. That was certain. Although his expression did not change, Gilgamesh clearly sighed in relief. Familiar with Gilgamesh, he could see that. But before Wuming could show an expression of ridicule, Gilgamesh immediately spoke. The Uruk is protected by this king and your power. You should go and support Chaldea and Ishtar. They are the main fighting force at the moment. Gilgamesh waved his hand, and the seat under Wuming shattered. Without another word, he chased Wuming out. After all, the king also cared about his reputation. How could he let Wuming laugh at him? It's still swift and fierce, Wuming said softly as he walked out of the divine tower. Looking at the canopy that shrouded the entire Uruk, as well as the sporadic magic beasts and monsters that could not enter the canopy, Wuming finally felt relieved. At least the Uruk was safe. Wuming leaped and flew directly into the sky. He penetrated the protective light film and killed the few Kururu and monsters along the way. Then, he flew in the direction of the Persian Gulf. Gilgamesh, who was at the top of the divine tower, looked at Wuming through the open window with his sharp eyes. He picked up the clay tablet at the side again. Being calm in the face of change was also the way of a king. In the direction of the Persian Gulf, Wuming would kill Kururu and monsters whenever he encountered them. Wuming, who had almost unlimited magic power, was not someone these things could stop. Soon, Wuming flew to a position close to the Persian Gulf. However, Wuming frowned. Although it was not obvious, Wuming could see that the sea level was rising. Not only that, but the ground was almost full of the figures of those monsters. They were densely packed, like bees crowded in a hive. Most of the monsters were moving toward the Yuruk, and a small number of them scattered in all directions. It seemed that these monsters knew how to kill. But unfortunately, except for Yuruk and Eric Metropolis, the people of other cities had already taken refuge in the Yuruk half a year ago. It could be said that if it were not for the Quetzalcoatl, the people of Yuruk and Eric Metropolis would also have gone to the Yuruk. However, it was precisely because the people of these two cities did not go to the Yuruk that the burden on the Yuruk was reduced, which could be regarded as a pleasant surprise. Even if these monsters did not go to the Yuruk, they could only go to Eric Metropolis and Yuruk. At the moment, those two cities were protected by Fen Barber, Leopard Man, Anna, and the missing Gudazi and others. In all likelihood, they went to the Quetzalcoatl's territory. Wu Ming did not have to worry at all. Looking into the distance, Wu Ming found that the distant sky was covered by dark clouds. For some reason, he could not see the situation on the sea clearly. He could only see some monsters floating on the sea. Wu Ming saw them very clearly, but these monsters were motionless as if they were in an incubator. Sure enough, they climbed up from the sea. These monsters were related to Tiamat, and Tiamat was in the Persian Gulf, so it was not surprising that these monsters climbed up from the Persian Gulf. Compared to the monsters on the ground and in the sea, the number of winged mermaids in the sky was not many. No, it was not that there were not many, but these magical beasts had become breeding grounds for the monsters. One after another, Kururu flew to the ground, allowing the monsters to kill them. Then, a new monster was born from the body of the killed Kururu. Chapter 997. Perhaps it was because they had absorbed Kururu, these monsters were taller than the other monsters that came ashore from the sea. Their bodies were bigger too. Their originally shriveled and weak bodies had become slightly bulkier. They looked a little stronger. However, Wu Ming wasn't here to see the diamonds and monsters. No matter how powerful these monsters were, as long as the final enemy, Tiamat, was defeated, these things would naturally fall apart without a fight. Wu Ming was there to discuss with Gudazi and the others. Let's go to Eric Metropolis and your city. In fact, Wu Ming could sense Ishtar's general location through the contract between him and Ishtar. That location was in the direction of the dense forest. Moreover, Wu Ming did not see Gudazi all the way from Yuruk. The probability of her being killed by these monsters was too low. It could be said that it was almost zero. Putting Matthew aside, Quizard and Ishtar, the two Venus goddesses, were also there. Moreover, the first Hassan might be hiding in the dark to follow Gudazi and the others. In short, Gudazi would definitely be fine. In this way, Wu Ming would think that Gudazi and the others had gone to the dense forest. After killing all the Kururu that surrounded them, Wu Ming did not intend to kill the monsters on the ground. In the entire Mesopotamia, other than the guards at the north wall, there were only humans in the dense forest of Yuruk and the Quetzalcoatl. Wu Ming did not encounter Gudazi and the others along the way, which meant that they had gone to the dense forest. The Yuruk had Wu Ming's one-time use relic as insurance. The north wall was too far away from here. Gudazi and the others were in the dense forest. All three places with humans were safe. Wu Ming did not need to kill these monsters that would continue to be produced. It was still the same statement: after defeating the goddess Tiamat, all problems would be solved. Your city and Eric Metropolis were not far from the Persian Gulf. Not only Wu Ming, but the monsters also soon arrived at these two places. Outside your city, Fen Barber did not have time to build a vine barrier as the monsters came one after another not long after Fen Barber arrived. Hence, your city was still the same as before, with only the dense forest around it as a natural defense. However, the dense forest was a natural hiding place for these monsters. It could be said that the dense forest did not help. However, it was fortunate that Finbabar was not fighting alone. A figure was flying in the sky. Several flashes of light flashed from the huge bow-shaped weapon of the figure from time to time. Countless monsters were blown away, and the energy generated from the explosions was enough to shatter these monsters. On the ground, a figure was wreaking havoc among the monsters. The explosions did not affect or damage this figure at all. Instead, every monster that came into contact with this figure would be split in half. This was the effect of the strangle skill. These two figures were Ishtar and Quixote, the two goddesses of Venus. On the other hand, Gudazi and Matthew gathered the people in your city and gathered them in a house that occupied a relatively large area. Quick, everyone, come here. Fen Barber took the opportunity to summon vines outside the house to surround it. Considering that the limbs of the monsters were quite sharp, Fen Barber's vine barrier, whether it was in Eric Metropolis or here, was thicker and could automatically regenerate. It did seem powerful and effective, but it also meant that Finn Barber had to spend a lot more mana, energy, and time to use it. And because the monsters were approaching, Gudazi and Matthew kept gathering the people here. They wanted to let the people gather in one house first. After all, building a vine barrier around this big house was much easier than building one around the entire your city. Fortunately, Ishtar and Quixote were helping to deal with the monsters, so Fen Barber had time to build the vine barrier. But probably because the humans' discovered signal was sent to the group, the number of monsters increased, and Ishtar and Quixote gradually found it difficult to deal with them. Unable to focus on Fen Barber, Gudazi, and the people behind them, the two of them had to concentrate on fighting the monsters. And because of this, the two cunning people accidentally exposed a few of the monsters and allowed them to rush to the house that had not yet been fully built. KLS. 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 The monsters rushed toward Gudazi with an incomprehensible voice. Matthew dashed behind Gudazi. Senpai, please be careful. Matthew blocked the monster and looked at Gudazi worriedly. Gudazi did not care about his words of comfort because she saw a few more monsters running to the front of the house. If the monsters were to enter, it would be terrible. However, Matthew was already having a hard time dealing with one monster, so he did not have time to deal with the other monsters. Fen Barber, please. Gudazi had no choice but to ask Fen Barber for help. However, Fen Barber was minding his own business and ignored Gudazi. At this moment, a figure rushed out of the house. It was the winner from before. Arth. He held a wooden stick in his hand and rushed to the monster under the surprised gazes of the other residents. It seemed that he wanted to stop it. Even if the price was death. Be careful. Gudazi could not help but shout. However, in the next second, the wooden stick of the winner was cut off by the monster, and its blade-like forelimbs slashed across the winner. However, under the shocked expressions of everyone, including Ishtar and Quixote, the monster turned its head in puzzlement. In the next second, the golden chain passed through the monster's head, and the monster turned into ashes. Hualalal dash. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. The monsters that crossed the line of defense of the two Venus goddesses were all killed by the chains that penetrated their brains and turned into ashes. The one Matthew dealt with was no exception. Could it be Kingu? Matthew immediately guarded Gudazi. Kingu had just reported his identity near the Persian Gulf, and Kingu's fighting style was very similar to this scene. It was inevitable that Matthew would be mistaken. Clang, the broken wooden stick fell to the ground, and the smooth cut meant that the monster's forelimbs were sharper than expected. Xian. Lord Hyun-ryong, the winner slumped to the ground as if he had just survived a disaster. He muttered with excitement and gratitude. In the next second, Wu Ming descended from the sky and landed in front of the winner. Chapter 998. That's right, the attack just now wasn't Kingu, but Wu Ming's. Seeing Wu Ming's arrival, Ishtar and Quixote were relieved and no longer paid attention to them. Instead, they focused on dealing with the monsters. Even if there was something missing, Wu Ming would cover it up, so they didn't have to worry about it at all. On the other side, the winner touched his body with lingering fear. He clearly remembered that the monster just split him open. As expected of Hyun-ryong, the use of space magic is superb. The device on Gudazi's wrist issued Roman's exclamation. Space magic. Gudazi was puzzled. Senpai, it's actually like this. After all, Matthew was a servant. He saw the scene that just happened, so he simply explained it to Gudazi. When Ramu's attack slashed down, Matthew saw a very thin space crack appeared in front of the winner. The size was just enough to accommodate Ramu's attack. When Ramu passed by the winner, it actually entered another space, so the winner naturally had nothing to do with it. So that's how it is, I didn't see it. Sure enough, assassin is very reliable. Gudazi smiled foolishly, which made Matthew didn't know how to complain. On Wu Ming's side, he heard the conversation between Gudazi and others, but he didn't interrupt Wu Ming. Indeed, as Roman and Matthew said, Wu Ming used the so-called space magic, the portal, to help the winner block the attack. Looking at the winner sitting on the ground, Wu Ming spoke. There are many ways to atone for your sins. Death is just an escape. You won't feel at ease in the underworld. Senpai. Hyun-ryong-sama. I'm sorry. The winner lowered his head guiltily. You're not only carrying your own life, but also that person's life. This is the life of two people. Live well. He patted the winner on the shoulder, and then left the winner sitting on the ground with a thoughtful look. Wu Ming walked toward Gudazi while looking at Fen Barber. Fen Barber, go and help Ishtar and Quizzard. Woo. Fen Barber immediately joined the battlefield. Assassin. Gudazi waved her hand and ran toward Wu Ming. But then, Gudazi showed a dissatisfied look. Why won't Fen Barber listen to me? Wu Ming couldn't help but laugh when he heard Gudazi's question. In fact, Fen Barber didn't make a move because of Wu Ming's order. Wu Ming wanted to see how determined the winner was. Although his body was trembling, he had the determination to face death. Since that was the case, carrying the lives of two people was what he should do now. Probably because he saw me coming. Wu Ming said perfunctorily. Wu Ming glanced at the crowd and didn't see Merlin. He couldn't help but ask Gudazi. Where did Merlin go? Could it be that he died because of goddess Tiamat? Merlin said in the letter that he would be fine, but now that he couldn't see Merlin, Wu Ming thought that Merlin died. Mr. Merlin went to Eric Metropolis. He said that Ishtar, Quizzard, and Fen Barber are here, so he didn't have to worry, so he went to Eric Metropolis alone. Although that was what she said, the worry between Gudazi's eyebrows wasn't fake. Merlin was injured because of Tiamat before, and Ramu's figure was everywhere in the forest. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't worried. However, Merlin insisted on going. Gudazi and the others couldn't persuade him, so they could only compromise. Merlin probably had his own thoughts. After all, it wasn't only the Tablet of Destiny that had prophesies. With this thought in mind, Wu Ming didn't continue the topic. By the way, we can't stay here anymore. We have to move these people to Uruk. Wu Ming pointed to the citizens who were hiding in the house behind him and didn't dare to come out. Why? Gudazi and Matthew were puzzled. As long as Fen Barber built the vine barrier, the Ramu would no longer be a problem. The sea level in the Persian Gulf is continuing to rise. I'm afraid this place will be submerged. If the citizens continue to stay here, it will undoubtedly be a dead end. Immediately afterward, Wu Ming looked at the Ramu group that was slaughtered by Fen Barber, Ishtar, and Quizzard. Although it was a massacre, the Ramu group was still more difficult to deal with than the demonic beasts. These Ramu are not weak, and they can evolve. The vine barrier can only work for a short period of time. It can't work forever. These monsters were all made of God's clay. It couldn't be that simple. Hyun-ryong is right. I have already detected that the sea level in the Persian Gulf is rising. I'm afraid it won't be long before the entire southwest region is submerged. We have to move these people. Gudazi and Matthew nodded. Since Wu Ming and Roman said so, they believed it. But we don't have a means of transportation, and Quizzard doesn't have many pterodactyls. There's no way to move so many citizens to Uruk. Gudazi sighed. If Uruk was submerged, then Eric Metropolis would undoubtedly be submerged as well. The combined population of the two cities was already more than 1,000. It was really difficult to deal with. Indeed, whether it's the distance between Uruk and Uruk or the population of the two cities, it's quite unfavorable for this transfer. Roman in Chaldea kept typing on the keyboard, calculating various solutions. However, Leonardo da Vinci suddenly said, "Why don't we just leave it to the Villo?" Roman was stunned. Gudazi and Matthew were stunned for a moment, then looked at Wu Ming. Wu Ming didn't know what to say. Since I'm the one who raised the problem, I'll naturally solve it. I'll use the portal to send all of them to Uruk. You don't have to worry. As expected, Assassin is the most reliable. Gudazi smiled. Speaking of which, who gave them the name Ramu? Wu-ming suddenly asked. It's me. Dr. Roman said weakly. After all, Ramu was a mythical existence in Mesopotamia. Wu-ming, as a Hun Ryong, was mysterious. Roman was afraid that this name had something to do with Wu-ming. However, because in this singularity, only the demon beast Ramu did not appear in the 11 sons of Tiamat, Roman arbitrarily named these monsters Ramu. Don't be nervous, I'm just asking. Although it was just asking, Wu-ming was still quite concerned. In other words, it was impossible not to be concerned. Chapter 999. Back then, Wu-ming was called Ramu by Wu-ming. No matter how stupid he was, he should know that Hun Ryong's identity had most likely become one of the 11 sons of Tiamat, which meant that Wu-ming was also considered Ramu, and these monsters were also called Ramu. It had to be said that having the same name as those monsters made Wu-ming feel quite disgusted. However, this was just a code name. After all, Wu-ming was not Ramu. It was just a myth that was tampered with by later generations. In addition, Wu-ming gave all the divinity that belonged to Hun Ryong to Ereshkigal, so Hun Ryong identity could be said to be half-crippled. Therefore, Wu-ming shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. It's always convenient to have a code name. By the way, did you meet Kingu? Do you know where it is now? Just now, the fake Enkidu who claimed to be Kingu ambushed us when we rushed to the Persian Gulf to support Miss Ishtar. However, Miss Quizzard took advantage of the abnormality and defeated the other party. After that, we rushed over because we were worried about the situation in the jungle. In other words, they did not know. However, Wu-ming speculated that Kingu was most likely still in the Persian Gulf. With the abnormality and injury, as well as the appearance of Tiamat, it was impossible for Kingu to go anywhere else. Then, Wu-ming spoke to Roman in Chaldea. Roman, send me all the information about the enemy at this singularity. Wu-ming reached out and tapped on the communicator on Gudaz's wrist. Although it was a request, when Wu-ming touched the communicator, Chaldea's data was lost. Hey! Roman's panicked voice was heard. Roman was shocked. Wu-ming used an unknown method to hack into Chaldea through Gudaz's terminal and directly copied the information about the 7th singularity from Chaldea's database. What kind of magic can do this? Roman sighed gloomily. There was probably such magic, but Wu-ming did not know how to do it. Wu-ming actually asked Collis to help him obtain information about Chaldea. After all, to Collis, Chaldea's firewall system was extremely old-fashioned, and it was not a problem to hack into it. Collis was indeed busy preparing Wu-ming's trump card, but that did not mean that Collis was completely useless. Otherwise, Collis would not have come to this singularity with Wu-ming. I'll open a portal between Uruk and Eric Metropolis to Uruk. I'll leave the task of guiding the citizens to you. We'll meet again in Uruk. After Wu-ming finished speaking, he leaped into the sky and released his magic power, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After Wu-ming left, a black-purple ripple appeared in front of Matthew and Gudazi. This was probably the portal that connected to Uruk. Perhaps, such a portal had also appeared in Eric Metropolis. Senior, is Senior Villo okay? Matthew was a little worried. However, it was not Gudazi who answered Matthew. Don't worry. He's a god that even I have a new level of respect for. Besides, he's just going to investigate. He won't directly attack Tiamat. Nothing will happen. The Quetzalcoatl, who ran to Matthew's side, comforted Matthew. Then, she whistled, and a huge grey pterosaur flew in front of Quizzard. You guys go to Eric Metropolis to help guide the citizens. Leave this to me. Quizzard, who was listening to everyone's conversation, asked Fen Barber and Ishtar to temporarily block Ramu while she sent Gudazi and the others to transport. Please, Quizzard. Please, Miss Quizzard. Gudazi and Matthew asked one by one. Yes, leave it to me. Then, let's meet in Uruk. The Quetzalcoatl waved at Gudazi and Matthew as if it was an order. The Quetzalcoatl under them suddenly spread its wings and flew toward Eric Metropolis. Then, Quizzard arranged for the citizens of Uruk to enter the portal one by one. Whether it was for survival or for Quizzard's dignity, they had to enter the portal. Because of this, in just a short period of time, the citizens of your city had all entered the teleportation portal. Quizzard, come and help. At this time, Ishtar's exasperated voice was heard. The Ramu could no longer hold them back. Even if Fen Barber kept summoning vines to intercept, they still could not stop the Ramu's numbers. Rats could indeed bite an elephant to death, especially one that did not fight. Fen Barber and Ishtar were such elephants at this moment. Ishtar had to cherish her magic, so she could only kill the Ramu bit by bit. The task of stopping the Ramu was actually handed over to Fen Barber. After all, it was more suitable for the task. Although Fen Barber could kill the Ramu, its main task now was to stop the Ramu and allow the citizens of Uruk to leave. It had to be said that it was already a good thing that they could hold on until now. The number of Ramu that came to support them was probably in the tens of thousands, and this did not include the dead Ramu. Moreover, one should not forget that the Ramu had always had reinforcements. With Ishtar and Fen Barber not fighting, and Ramu continuously providing reinforcements, the number of Ramu could only increase, not decrease. However, now was probably the time to reap the harvest. After all, the citizens of Uruk had all been evacuated. Ishtar, you can go all out now. Fen Barber 2 the feathered serpent goddess waved at the human and beast in the sky and on the ground. Then, Quizzard whistled again. A colorful long-haired pterosaur flew over. This was Quizzard's personal mount. When the pterosaur flew over Quizzard's head, Quizzard suddenly jumped and landed on the pterosaur's back. She kept increasing the pterosaur's altitude, as if something was about to reach the ground. Quizzard's method was not wrong. Something was about to reach the ground, and that was the anger that Ishtar and Fen Barber had been holding in for so long. Woo woo woo. Accompanied by Fen Barber's cry, an earthquake-like tremor spread from Fen Barber's feet to the surroundings. The Ramu were all shaken to the ground, and even the buildings in Uruk began to collapse and crack. However, this was just the appetizer. Quizzard, who was flying in the sky, had an exceptionally good vision. In her eyes, almost all the Ramu were instantly pierced by the mutated vegetation around them. Some weak vegetation that could not kill the Ramu even left seeds in the Ramu's body. In the next second, the sprouts in the Ramu's body suddenly grew, and directly broke the Ramu's body. Not only that, but the aftermath of the earthquake had also arrived. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and countless Ramu fell into the cracks as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 1000. Woo woo woo. Fen Barber roared a few more times, and the cracked ground suddenly healed. There were no traces of cracks at all, and even the vegetation on the ground was intact. The buildings in your city were restored to their original state, and some were even decorated with vines and flowers. It looked like a good place to live. Fen Barber was a mythical beast that was even more powerful than the sky bull Gujalan. It could easily change the terrain with just a wave of its hand. Moreover, Fen Barber could even restore the changed terrain to its original state. This highlighted how powerful Fen Barber was. The Ramu who were at the back of the forest were at a loss. How did the enemy suddenly become so powerful? Wouldn't it consume a lot of magic to change the terrain like this? Wasn't there enough magic? However, Fen Barber didn't lack magic at all, and it didn't consume much magic to control the mutation of the plants and the cracking of the earth. These could be said to be its innate ability. It had the powerful ability to change the terrain with just a wave of its hand. Even if the area was so large, it still didn't consume much of its magic. I underestimated Fen Barber, Quizzard said thoughtfully. While Quizzard was thinking, the attack on Ramu didn't end. Then, a golden star suddenly shone in the sky. In the next second, the golden star landed on the Ramu who weren't affected by the attack. In an instant, the whole ground shook again, and the light covered everything. Quizzard quickly ordered the pterosaur to close its eyes and turn around. Otherwise, its eyes would be directly blinded by the light. After a moment, when the dazzling light dissipated, what was left was a bare and sunken ground. As for the Ramu, there was no doubt that there wasn't even a trace of it left behind. That guy is too messy. Quizzard couldn't help but frown. Fen Barber's attack wouldn't affect its body much, but Ishtar probably couldn't. The attack just now might have consumed all the magic in her body. As expected by Quizzard, Ishtar landed on the ground of your city. It seemed that she had used up a lot of her magic. In fact, Ishtar wasn't like Fen Barber. The attack just now directly used up all the magic in her body. Ishtar was right. Ishtar, are you okay? Quasar landed on the ground and came before Ishtar. He could not help but reprimand him. You're too reckless. Hyun can't replenish your magic now. Hee. I accidentally used too much magic. Ishtar laughed. She was obviously acting dumb. However, Ishtar had Wu Ming's support after all. Even if Wu Ming's 3 magic crystals were used up and he couldn't replenish Ishtar's magic quickly, with the contract between Ishtar and Wu Ming, Ishtar could recover quickly. Moreover, don't forget who Ishtar was. She was the extremely capricious mistress of the heavens. Even if releasing such a terrifying attack would lead to insufficient magic, according to Ishtar's character, she had to release it. Ishtar wanted to release the resentment that she had been holding in for a long time. If she were to be timid because of the lack of magic, it would not be like Ishtar. Quizzard also understood Ishtar's temper. In addition, Ishtar and Wu Ming's contract could indeed help Ishtar recover her magic quickly. In the end, she didn't say anything. In short, Ishtar was not in a dangerous situation at the moment. They could immediately use the portal that Wu Ming left behind to go to Uruk. It would be very safe in Uruk. Let's go. Let's go to Uruk. Hyun portal is still intact. It did not disappear because of the attack just now. In fact, after Fen Barber and Ishtar released the attack, Quizzard had already planned to fly to Eridu with the pterosaur, or directly to Uruk. However, when she landed just now, she found that the portal left behind by Wu Ming was not affected, which saved her a lot of effort. However, at this time, Fen Barber suddenly ran over and was ready to go to Uruk to wait for Wu Ming. However, Quizzard suddenly found a problem. That was, the portal left by Wu Ming was not big, and Fen Barber was too big, so Fen Barber could not enter the portal at all. Quizzard and Ishtar looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They couldn't leave Fen Barber alone, not to mention other things. Wu Ming would definitely be angry. So, let Fen Barber run to Uruk? It was a little cruel. Woo, probably seeing the doubts of the two, Fen Barber whimpered twice, and then its body emitted light. The light covered Fen Barber, and Fen Barber's body was gradually shrinking. It turns out that Fen Barber can shrink. Ishtar breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Fen Barber shrank, Quizzard and Ishtar, who saw the scene in front of them, were not calm. In front of them, a young girl with green eyes and long green hair appeared. On Wu Ming's side, on the way to the Persian Gulf, Wu Ming digested the information he got from Chaldea. Wu Ming really didn't know much about Tiamat, and this was the main reason why Wu Ming needed information. After confirming that your city and Eric Metropolis were safe, Wu Ming also had time to go to the Persian Gulf to find out what Wu Ming was most worried about, the relationship between Tiamat and the root black mud. Wu Ming looked down, and what he saw was black seawater, which was full of the root black mud's aura. This completely proved that Tiamat had the root black mud, and there was no need to investigate further. However, Wu Ming still had to go and find other information. Moreover, Wu Ming still had to find Kingu. After all, the Holy Grail that Wu Ming asked Kingu to keep on his behalf was still missing. There was still a person in it, and he had to find it as soon as possible. As for whether Kingu would give it to him, that was another matter. I don't know how Tachika and the others are doing. One had to know that the area below Wu Ming was supposed to be land, but it had turned into an ocean. There was no doubt that the sea level was rising. It was just that, the rate of sea level rise is a bit faster than I expected. After all, even if the sea changed into mulberry fields, there was still a process. Who would have thought that after a while, the land near the Persian Gulf would be submerged? Wu Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. He raised his arm. Xiao Yen, can you try to find Kingu's location? Not to mention that it was Enkidu's body. Enkidu and Kingu were both heavenly locks, so they should be able to sense it. Sure enough, chains appeared on Wu Ming's arm and pointed in a certain direction. It seemed that Kingu was there. Wu Ming's magical power erupted again, and with the help of his telekinesis, he flew out. Chapter 1001. On a tall mountain in the southeast. At this moment, due to the rising sea level, the Persian Gulf had almost completely submerged the southwest part of Mesopotamia. The only land was probably this tall mountain. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be moving with the sea level. The sky here was already covered in dark clouds. And on the peak of this tall mountain, the white-clothed green-haired puppet stood at a place with an excellent view, looking at the Persian Gulf in the distance. However, its unfocused gaze showed that it was absent-minded at the moment. This person was the one who used Enkidu's body, the one who called himself Kingu. "My mission is over," Kingu muttered to himself. It was probably because of Tiamat's awakening that Kingu had the time to think about his own matters on this mountain peak. And the constant headache from before was something that Kingu had been thinking about. He thought about why he could not face the Uruk Hun Ryong, why he would have a headache, and why he would see some memories that did not belong to him. It's just a remnant effect of this body. Kingu often used this sentence to numb himself. But Kingu knew that it could only numb himself temporarily, but not forever. Kingu had to admit that he was completely affected. Because of this, Kingu lured Wu Ming to the underworld and abandoned Gorgon. His goal was to wake Tiamat up as soon as possible. Only when Goddess Tiamat awakens would he be able to relax. As long as he could make Goddess Tiamat awaken before Wu Ming's influence caused his entire body to change, he would be able to complete the only mission he had in his memories. Kingu suddenly looked at a certain direction in the sky. A figure was flying in his direction. Without a doubt, it was Wu Ming who used Enkidu's senses to find Kingu. Celestial locks could sense each other. Kingu had already noticed this when Wu Ming brought Enkidu's celestial lock. Kingu's body was a genuine celestial lock in this era. It was much clearer than Enkidu's magical noble phantasm that wrapped around Wu Ming's arm. Therefore, after knowing that Wu Ming was coming, Kingu basically avoided Wu Ming. To be safe, Kingu didn't even come into contact with Uruk servants. Even if there was a chance to kill Chaldea's master, Kingu gave up many opportunities to avoid being deeply influenced by Wu Ming again. Although Kingu met Wu Ming in the end, it couldn't resist Wu Ming. When Gorgon lost its self-control and was influenced by Tiamat to attack the North Wall, Kingu had been holding back. Even if it didn't want to meet Wu Ming, it waited until Wu Ming threw a great sun at him. But after it made a move, it immediately slipped away because it was influenced by this body again. As a result, it almost made Gorgon misunderstand that it was rebelling. However, it was precisely because of Gorgon's misunderstanding that Kingu had the idea of rebelling. It wanted Gorgon to use death to wake up Tiamat at this moment. This was Kingu's idea at that time. Although Kingu also wanted Gorgon to fulfill his wish of destroying all the humans in Mesopotamia, Kingu was worried that it would become a variable in the long run. But unfortunately, the nightmare that dragged Tiamat into the dream had already discovered the clues and did not let it leave when Tiamat woke up. Kingu was naturally referring to Merlin. But it didn't matter anymore. Mother was awake anyway, and it was no longer needed. Kingu looked at the Persian Gulf and turned to look at Wu Ming's increasingly clear figure. Now, it only had to solve the problem caused by this body, even if the end result was death. Kingu was abnormal at this moment. Its purple eyes calmly looked at Wu Ming, who was floating in the air parallel to it. And when Wu Ming saw that Kingu did not escape, he wanted to have a chat with Kingu. "Should I call you Kingu, or should I call you Enkidu's successor?" Wu Ming was the first to speak. "Name doesn't matter." Kingu answered Wu Ming calmly. It looked like it had given up everything to fight Wu Ming in the final battle. But Wu Ming could see something from this sentence. Kingu admitted that it was not Tiamat's son, Kingu. It was just a name given to it. Similarly, Kingu also realized that it was a consciousness produced by Enkidu's body. In other words, it was Enkidu's successor. "I can see that your nature is not bad. Why do you stand on the opposite side of humans?" "Of course it is because this is Mother's wish." Kingu answered Wu Ming's question without hesitation. "I am Mother's son who loves Mother. I am a puppet loyal to Tiamat. I am also another consciousness produced by Enkidu's body. Helping Mother fulfill her wish is my everything. Kingu's voice suddenly became louder. Kingu admitted everything. It was a fake Enkidu who used the name Kingu. It was a puppet controlled by Tiamat. It had no memories, no friends, no family. It was a pitiful weapon, tool that could not even be considered a living being. The real Kingu had a mother and friends. He stood on his mother's side and died for her. God Kingu died a worthy death without regrets. Enkidu also had Gilgamesh, a close friend, and Wuming, a person he believed in and served. His friend, Gilgamesh, treated him as his only friend and would always remember him. The god he believed in brought him to his side. Enkidu died without regrets. As for Kingu, it was just a double imposter who used the name Kingu and Enkidu's body. It had nothing. Even the memories that appeared in its mind because of Wuming were not Kingu's, but Enkidu's. All it had was a little bit of jealousy and envy. Even its long-awaited new human brothers were disgusting creatures. It was only because they were Mother's son that Kingu didn't say anything. However, it still didn't want to stay with those creatures. Moreover, even Kingu's mother, Tiamat, didn't need it anymore. This was because Kingu had given his heart, the holy grail that disturbed the singularity, to Tiamat. Firstly, it was to increase Tiamat's power. Secondly, it was to return everything to Tiamat so that she could deal with her own affairs. However, after giving the holy grail to Tiamat, Kingu could no longer hear his mother's voice. It was as if Tiamat had unilaterally cut off the connection. That's right. It was as if a tool had lost its value and would naturally be discarded. Now, it had nothing. Chapter 1002. Now, it had lost everything. Therefore, after Tiamat abandoned it, it chose to accept all the memories and influence brought about by Enkidu's body. It was also because of this that it no longer had a headache when facing Wuming. At this moment, Kingu actually smiled at Wuming. Coupled with that familiar face, Wuming could not help but feel that Enkidu was smiling at him. Then, Kingu said something that shocked him. Lord Wuming, you came to me to ask for the Holy Grail, right? Kingu knew Wuming's name. How could Wuming not be shocked? Uruk Hunryong's real name had always been a mystery in Sumer mythology. Only Gilgamesh and Enkidu knew Wuming's real name. Even the Sumer's god An and Gilgamesh's father, Lugarbanda, who made a deal with Wuming, did not know. From this, it seemed that Kingu had really accepted the memories brought about by Enkidu's body. Although he did not know if it was all or part of the memories, Wuming knew that it was no longer just Kingu, but a Kingu mixed with Enkidu's memories. It was no longer just Kingu. Then, without waiting for Wuming to recover from his shock, Kingu spoke again. The Magic King's Holy Grail is my heart. I have already returned the Holy Grail to Mother. The heart was given to someone else, but Kingu was still alive. There was no doubt that it had found a replacement for the heart. It was obvious that it was the Holy Grail that Wuming had asked Kingu to protect before leaving. Wuming couldn't help but frown. Wuming could not possibly dig out Kingu's heart, could he? Besides, Kingu already had Enkidu's memories, so it could be considered half an Enkidu or a successor to Enkidu. Furthermore, it seemed like Kingu did not intend to become enemies with Wuming anymore. Wuming could not dig out its heart no matter what. Since that's the case, I'll leave the Holy Grail with you for now. I'll take it out when I find something to replace your heart. Then, Wuming waved his hand, and Enkidu's heavenly lock flew towards Kingu. But just to be safe, I can't let you act alone. Who knew what Kingu would do next? Tiamat was its mother, and it had become its obsession. If something bad happened, Wuming would have no one to cry to, so it was better to keep it by its side. Even to an imposter like me, you're still as gentle as ever, Sir Wuming. Kingu smiled, but its heart was in pain. The nicer Wuming was to it, the more upset it felt. Just as the heavenly lock was about to touch Kingu, Kingu suddenly raised its hand and condensed magical power into a hand knife, as if it was resisting. This was within Wuming's expectations. However, in the next second, Kingu's action made Wuming's pupils dilate. Poochie. Kingu stabbed its hand knife into its own chest, and blood splattered everywhere. Wu-ming. Sir, although I don't have the right to say this, but, you and my mother are my everything. I've already repaid what I owe to my mother. Now, it's time for me to return to you what I owe you. In the next second, Kingu dug out its heart. Along with the scarlet blood, a pure golden holy grail appeared in Kingu's hand. Then, Kingu used the last of its strength to throw the holy grail in Wu-ming's direction. I'm very ashamed of my previous interference. This body is Enkidu's body, not mine, but I can only atone for my sins with my death. After Kingu finished speaking, it collapsed on the ground and did not move at all. Only the blood that flowed out of its heart stained the ground around it. In the end, Jingu's purple eyes, which seemed to be satisfied, slowly closed. Wu-ming subconsciously used the Holy Grail to look at Kingu lying in a pool of blood without saying anything. He just looked at it quietly. Kingu had already decided to die. Although it could still be saved, Wu-ming did not have the right to interfere, because that was the choice made by the consciousness of Enkidu's body. Wu-ming respected Enkidu. It's probably because your memories have affected it too deeply, Wu-ming said to Enkidu's heavenly lock as if they were chatting. Heavenly lock, which had already returned to Wu-ming's side, wrapped around Wu-ming's body and rubbed Wu-ming's face to show its approval. Enkidu himself knew how heavy his feelings for Wu-ming were. To Enkidu, Wu-ming was like a father, a lover, a teacher, and a god that he believed in from the bottom of his heart. After Enkidu was cursed to death by the gods, his soul also willingly left with Wu-ming and became Wu-ming's noble artifact. From this, it could be seen how heavy Enkidu's feelings for Wu-ming were. Through the restraining force, this emotion had become something shared by every parallel world's Enkidu, and the Enkidu of this singularity was no exception. The heavy feelings turned into memories and stayed in Enkidu's body for a long time after his death. Wu-ming was the primer that opened up these memories. After Kingu saw Wu-ming, the memories that had been gathered in his body for a long time surged into his heart and turned into feelings. They fought with his thoughts of Tiamat, causing Kingu to have a headache. However, Kingu was just another consciousness that was born in Enkidu's body. How could a piece of white paper that was only stained with a little red resist the assimilation of a piece of paper that was stained with different colors? It was only a matter of time before Kingu was occupied by Enkidu's memories. It was because of this that Kingu chose to kill Gorgon and awaken Tiamat. This was to prevent him from changing after accepting Enkidu's memories. As it turned out, Kingu had indeed undergone an unprecedented change. If one had to describe it, the current Kingu was very similar to the Ishtar in this singularity. The Ishtar in this singularity was a new personality that merged with the goddess of the gods, Inanna, and the modern human girl, Rin Enasaka. It was just that the personality of a god was the main part, and the personality of a human was the secondary part. But even so, this was still a new personality that was different from the god's Inanna and the human Rin Enasaka's new personality. The current Kingu was a new personality that merged with Enkidu's memories, and the consciousness of Kingu formed in this singularity. The new personality not only had love for Tiamat, but also had feelings for Wu-ming. Because Enkidu's memories had a huge impact on Kingu, the new personality's feelings for Wu-ming took up most of the time, and its love for Tiamat took up a small part. Furthermore, Kingu thought that Tiamat had unilaterally given up on him, so the only thing left in his mind was his feelings for Wu-ming, or rather, his guilt. Chapter 1003. It was probably because of his feelings for Wu-ming that the new personality Kingu thought that he had committed a grave mistake and died out of shame. In the end, Kingu dug out his own heart and gave it back to Wu-ming. Kingu's nature isn't bad, he was just used by someone else. Wu-ming's tone carried a hint of anger when he thought of this. Kingu was still a consciousness born from Enkidu's body. For Enkidu, who had already gained intelligence and was known as a pure person, even if it was a body left behind after death, the consciousness born from it wouldn't be too bad. At most, it would just lack some compassion. In a situation like Kingu's, unless someone deliberately guided him. This was what made Wu-ming angry. Someone used Enkidu's body to create a new personality. This person must be Jisha. Enkidu was Enkidu. Even if it was a different consciousness, It was still a consciousness born from Enkidu. It wasn't something that anyone could touch. Wuming believed that if Gilgamesh knew about this, he would be just as angry as Wuming, or even more angry. Gilgamesh's only close friend had been used. Just this point alone was enough to make him furious. Even though Gilgamesh didn't react much when he found out about Enkidu's impersonation, that was only the self-cultivation of a wise king. If Gilgamesh had the opportunity to deal with Jisha, Gilgamesh would definitely let him have a taste of the oldest king's anger. Of course, Wuming was the same. Wuming looked at the circle of light floating in the sky and said quietly, "Jisha, you're dead." Wuming had decided that if he didn't turn Jisha into ashes, he would read his name backwards. Just as Wuming was furious, Enkidu's heavenly lock seemed to have made a decision and acted on its own. Hualala, like a golden snake, the heavenly lock slowly approached Kingu's body, which was about to turn cold, and stabbed into the gap in Kingu's heart. Xiao En. Wuming could feel that Enkidu was gradually leaving him. It didn't matter whether he left or not. After all, Wuming didn't treat Enkidu as his noble phantasm. She had her own thoughts and Wuming had no right to stop her. However, Wuming couldn't understand what was happening. The heavenly lock that was wrapped around Wuming's body completely left Wuming's body and slowly entered Kingu's heart through the gap. The gap in Kingu's heart was like a bottomless pit. Enkidu's heavenly lock was only left with a tail that hadn't been filled yet. Finally, the heavenly lock completely entered Kingu's body. In the next second, a silver light with a hint of gold shone from Kingu's body. Then, the gap in Kingu's heart disappeared and the blood on his body disappeared. Even the pool of blood on the ground disappeared. Jin Ji-yu, on the other hand, stood up and looked at Wuming with a smile. "Master Hyun Ryong." This gave Wuming an unprecedented surprise. At this moment, the person in front of him wasn't Kingu, but the real Enkidu. Enkidu and Kingu both knew his real name. However, probably because Enkidu was Wuming's chief priest, she preferred to call Wuming Master Hyun Ryong. This was the tacit understanding between Wuming and Enkidu. Moreover, this was undoubtedly Enkidu's smile, so the person in front of him was definitely Enkidu. "You fused with Kingu's body?" However, after asking this question, Wuming wanted to slap himself. This was clearly Enkidu's body, and Kingu was just another consciousness born from this body. How could he say that he had fused with Kingu? It should be Enkidu who had returned to his body. In other words, the heaven lock, Enkidu, had returned. Seeing Wuming's embarrassment, Enkidu smiled and nodded. "I've accepted Kingu, so you can say that I've fused with Kingu." Looking at Enkidu's eyes, Wuming noticed that the pair of golden eyes, Enkidu's golden eyes in the game, flashed with a hint of purple. It seemed that the two of them had really fused. "It won't be a problem for you, right?" Wuming was a bit worried. After all, Kingu was determined to die, so Wuming was worried that Enkidu would be affected. However, Enkidu shook his head. "Even if it's not for the next plan, I won't seek death for you anymore." After Enkidu said this, Wuming understood that Kingu and Enkidu had indeed fused together. After all, Enkidu's eye referred to both her and Kingu. Then, Wuming sighed. Is this really okay? If Enkidu insisted on saving Kingu, Wuming had other ways. For example, he could immediately use the teleportation portal to find Gilgamesh in Uruk. The Holy Grail in Gilgamesh's treasury could be used as a replacement. There was no need for Enkidu and Kingu to fuse at all. That's good. Enkidu smiled and nodded. It's the consciousness of this body that wants to die. Since that's the case, let me, who is also the consciousness of this body, make the change. Kingu was determined to die. Since that was the case, Enkidu and Kingu would fuse together and directly dispel Kingu's suicidal thoughts. After all, no matter how much Kingu wanted to die, he had to be careful. This body no longer belonged to Kingu alone, but also to Enkidu. If he dragged Enkidu to die with him, it would go against Wuming's intentions. It was already treacherous enough, so it could not make any more mistakes. Therefore, Kingu dispelled the idea of suicide. Moreover, Kingu is the consciousness of my body after all. He can totally be me. Since that's the case, there's nothing wrong with fusing with me. Needless to say, Enkidu was the most open-minded. After all, they were the consciousness of the same body. Moreover, Kingu was indeed a pitiful person. Enkidu was willing to fuse with Kingu. Not only could he save Kingu, but he could also obtain a body. It was killing two birds with one stone. Enkidu had no reason to reject. Since it's your decision, I won't say anything else. Since it was something Enkidu wanted to do, Wu-ming would let it go and agree. Again, Enkidu was not Wu-ming's tool or relic. She was Enkidu. In Wu-ming's eyes, Enkidu was not only a complete body, but also a perfect person with a perfect personality and mentality. Although Leonardo da Vinci would be dissatisfied if he heard this, Wu-ming thought so. However, what Enkidu said next made Wu-ming's impression of Enkidu as a perfect person crumble. It's just that this body doesn't have a chest, so I'm not used to it. Chapter 1004. After saying that, Enkidu subconsciously touched his chest. It was flat. At the same time, a hint of regret appeared on Enkidu's face. Wu-ming did not know what to say. Indeed, when Enkidu was by Wu-ming's side, he was influenced by Wu-ming and evolved into a girl's body. Enkidu also gradually got used to being a girl. However, Enkidu in other parallel worlds were all genderless clay figurines, including this particular Enkidu. This body had already been fixed and could not be changed. If he wanted to change it, Wu-ming might be able to do it if he went back to his roots. Asterisk cough cough. Asterisk little Enkidu. Wu-ming looked at Enkidu, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He almost got dragged into this mess by Enkidu. Enkidu saw Wu-ming's embarrassed expression and smiled again. The angelic aura of a girl appeared. It's fine, Lord Hunryong. I can get used to this body. You don't have to worry about me. However, Wu-ming was not worried. He just did not know what to say. However, Enkidu was giving Wu-ming a way out. Wu-ming would not refuse. However, Wu-ming inexplicably felt that Enki had the potential to be a black-bellied person. He looked at Enkidu again. Just as Enkidu said, he could get used to it quickly. However, it was not Enkidu who got used to the body. Instead, it was the body that got used to Enkidu's aura. Enkidu had always been by Wu-ming's side. He already had a hint of a girl's aura. After fusing with Enkidu, this genderless clay figurine also produced a hint of a girl's aura. Did this mean that the body was getting used to Enkidu? Perhaps Gilgamesh would be stunned if he saw Enkidu like this. Wu-ming could not help but think. While Wu-ming was imagining Gilgamesh's expression, Enkidu, who had come to Wu-ming's side, spoke. Lord Hunryong, regarding mother, I have some countermeasures. A hint of seriousness appeared on Enki's face. Upon hearing this, Wu-ming's eyes narrowed. Just as Enkidu had said, she definitely had a way to deal with Tiamat. After all, Kingu's consciousness also existed in this body. It was just that it had merged with Enkidu. Kingu was the one who possessed the Holy Grail and was the main culprit behind the chaos. It could be said that he was the one who understood Tiamat the most. Mother is a perfect being who was born without death. As the mother goddess of life, as long as there is life on the surface, she will not have the concept of death. Wu-ming nodded. He was very clear on this point. God Tiamat was killed, and her body was used to create heaven and earth. This was only in name. Perhaps the gods wanted to erase the fact that God Tiamat was still alive, so they said that. Unfortunately, no matter how much the future humans believed that Tiamat was dead and separated into heaven and earth, Tiamat was still alive and well. This was because as long as there was life on the surface, just this point alone was sufficient to prove that Tiamat was still alive. This was a fundamental problem and could not be affected by the later generations' fabrications. Moreover, Magician was able to discover the truth behind Tiamat's unkillable existence. At the very least, Wu-ming had obtained information about Tiamat from Chaldea's database. This was also one of the reasons why he supported Tiamat's survival. And the gods would not destroy all life on the surface just to kill Tiamat. Not to mention other things, she was still their mother. Because Tiamat could not be killed, the gods, who were helpless, chose to seal Tiamat and banish her to the void dimension. When Wu Ming entered the mirror world to retrieve his class card, he had to pass through the void dimension. It was a world with nothing, not even heaven and earth. There was only busy darkness. And Tiamat had been in there for who knew how many years. Perhaps tens of thousands of years, perhaps hundreds of millions of years, or perhaps it was an age that Wu Ming could not understand. After all, who knew how long these gods had lived? If we want to destroy Mother, we need the help of someone who has mastered the ultimate of death. Although Enkidu's words were provocative, Wu Ming did not have the time to complain. Instead, Wu Ming's eyes lit up. Isn't this referring to the first Hassan? Seeing Wu Ming's eyes light up, Enkidu smiled and nodded. That's right, it's that old man. Enkidu had never seen the first Hassan before, but she could tell from Wu Ming's words when he examined Yushu Mughal. There's one more thing, Lord Wu Ming. If we can lure Mother to the underworld, our chances of success will be greater. Enkidu was hesitant when she said this. This was something that could not be helped. After all, it was extremely difficult to lure Tiamat to the underworld. Not to mention that the underworld had always been far away in the north because of the Stone Soldier 8 formations. Tiamat was not a fool. She would not enter that place so easily. Enkidu stopped talking, and Wu Ming fell into deep thought. Wu Ming was not thinking about anything else, but whether this plan would work. If it was just Tiamat alone, this plan would definitely work. Moreover, even without Wu Ming, the remaining people would be able to solve this crisis. Wu Ming suspected that the first Hassan from the previous singularity had given him face because he knew that this singularity needed him. If it was a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Wu Ming did not believe in fate, because Wu Ming himself was an existence that could disrupt fate. However, the premise was that Tiamat was still the original Tiamat. On the contrary, Tiamat somehow obtained the Black Origin soil. Even Wu Ming himself did not know what that thing was. He only knew that it was something that belonged to the Origin, and it was a natural enemy of Wu Ming. Wu Ming was worried that Tiamat would change because of the Black Origin soil. No, it would definitely change. Aziz Darkahar in the box court world had undergone a huge change after being possessed by the Black Origin soil. Whether it was his body or his abilities, they were all different. Tiamat might change as well. Wu Ming took 2 steps toward the cliff next to him. He looked at the dark Persian Gulf, and then at the dense forest. The sea level had already risen above the dense forest. No, rather than saying that the sea level was rising, it was more like the Black Origin soil that filled the entire ocean was slowly submerging the land. As the Black Origin soil continued to spread, the dark clouds in the sky also moved little by little, as if reflecting the arrival of the apocalypse. Wu Ming turned around and looked at Enkidu. Anyway, let's go back to Uruk first. Mesopotamia, the central city of the Sumer dynasty, Uruk. The originally lively Uruk was now quite crowded, not only because the citizens of Uruk and Erech Metropolis had come to Uruk, but also because of the people resurrected by Ereshkigal and the soldiers on the North Wall. That's right, the people on the North Wall had returned. Chapter 1005. Yes, the people of the North Wall had returned. This was the order issued by Gilgamesh to return to the capital. The magical beasts that attacked the North Wall were killed by the Dinja. After the calculation, nearly half of the treasures in Gilgamesh's treasury were consumed. The semi-disabled commander Muzumov was also killed by the Dinja that was modified by Zhuge Kongming. After Gilgamesh received the news that the magical beasts in the North Wall had been annihilated, he ordered the supreme commander of the North Wall, Leonidas I, to lead the soldiers back to the Uruk. Gorgon had summoned all the magical beasts that were located in the North Wall. It was impossible for the magical beasts to exist in the north. Even the magical beast's nest was impossible. Gilgamesh was worried that the Karuru and the Ramu that Chaldea had named would attack humans in other places because they couldn't enter the Uruk. So he ordered the people of the North Wall to immediately return to the Uruk. In the land of Mesopotamia, only the southern jungle, the Uruk city and the North Wall were confirmed to have humans. The southern jungle and the Uruk were protected. Only the North Wall couldn't protect the flying Karuru. Zhuge Kongming agreed with King Gilgamesh's order after hearing the news. He immediately discussed with Leonidas I to lead the soldiers back to the Uruk. It was worth mentioning that the return route was underground. Although the acceleration ability of the underground passage couldn't support so many people, but it was a hidden underground passage. The underground passage was protected by the stone soldiers. The magical beasts couldn't detect it and couldn't enter. It was very safe. Although not all the soldiers of the North Wall had arrived in the Uruk, but most of them had entered the underground passage. It was only a matter of time. At this moment, it could be said that almost all the human cities of this era had gathered in the Uruk. However, because of this, the Uruk was completely overcrowded. Sidui, who had followed the citizens of Eric Metropolis back to the Uruk, ordered the soldiers to speed up the construction of temporary residences for everyone and every family. At the same time, she was worried about the supplies. The various utensils were still manageable, but the main problem was that there was not enough food. Currently, the periphery of the Uruk was filled with those strange magical beasts. Only the Uruk, which had been transformed into a fortress city, was safe. However, there was not much food in the city. According to Sidui's calculations, it was only enough for the entire city's citizens to eat for 3 to 4 days, and this was under the condition that they had to scrimp and save. The real time might be even shorter than this. Fortunately, the people gathered in Uruk did not complain, especially when they saw the dark clouds drifting over from the Persian Gulf. Or rather, the dark red ominous clouds, the citizens became even more united. The elderly were supported by the young people when they walked. People gave way to each other when they ate. There were also many people who invited people who didn't have a place to live to stay in their homes. In short, it was a scene of unity where everyone helped each other. Every time Sidui saw this scene, she would have a thought. This was probably the reason why the Uruk could last for half a year under the attack of the magical beasts. Sidui's adjutant, who was assisting her, would occasionally be stunned by the smile that came from Sidui's thought. The thin veil couldn't hide this overly sacred smile at all. But after this thought, Sidui's heart was filled with deep worry. After seeing the good side of people, she really didn't want to see the evil side of people. Sidui knew that now, everyone was living well. If 7 days later, when there was a lack of food, the evil in people's hearts would probably be drawn out. If an example had to be given, it would be like the 2 citizens of Uruk who were challenged by Ramu to a one-on-one duel. Both of them would try their best to kill each other for a slim chance of survival. This was also something that couldn't be helped. I hope that King Gilgamesh and Lord Hunryong can solve this crisis as soon as possible. Looking at the direction of the God Tower, Sidui prayed. That's right, this was the reason why Gilgamesh didn't appear at this critical moment. He was in the God Tower discussing with Chaldea and the others. At the top of the Uruk God Tower, between the thrones. All the soldiers in the room had disappeared because they were all sent out by Gilgamesh to support Sidui's work. Only Gilgamesh and Chaldea's group, the gods that Wu Ming pulled into the group, and a little girl who looked like a young version of Enkidu running around with Fufu between the thrones were left in the room. This little girl was Fen Barber, who returned to Uruk with Quizard and Ishtar. Although everyone, including Gilgamesh, was surprised, the most important thing now was to discuss Tiamat. The issue of Fen Barber was put at the back. At this moment, everyone was standing in the middle of the thrones, surrounding a virtual projection. A moving living factory, magic power enough to launch interstellar travel, a huge life source stored in the body, the God's Ark that humans will need hundreds of years to realize. Roman's voice was heard from the projection. This is Tiamat's true face. As his voice fell, Gudazi and the others showed a melancholy expression. However, Gilgamesh did not buy it. You bastard. Are you on Tiamat's side? Why isn't there a strategy or two on it? Gilgamesh came to the front of the virtual projection with a slightly ferocious expression and yelled at Roman in Chaldea. Let me finish. Roman also had a rare temper. He actually stood up from his seat and retorted at Gilgamesh. It's Marduk's hand axe, right? At this moment, Merlin, who was at the side, spoke. Merlin's injuries because of Tiamat had almost recovered. Moreover, because he no longer needed to use magic power to put Tiamat into a deep sleep, Merlin had become a rare combatant, whether it was using the staff in his hand or a weapon like a sword. That's right, it's Marduk's hand axe. Roman nodded and sat down again. The god Marduk is the existence that killed Tiamat in the myths. His hand axe should be able to cause damage to Tiamat. This sentence came from Leonardo da Vinci, who was next to Roman in Chaldea. However, he only said can cause damage and did not say can kill Tiamat. This meant that Leonardo da Vinci did not dare to jump to the conclusion that Marduk's hand axe could kill Tiamat. After all, although the myth said that Tiamat was killed, the facts proved that Tiamat was not dead at all. Otherwise, she would not have come out to wreak havoc in Mesopotamia. Therefore, it was uncertain whether Marduk's hand axe would be effective. Chapter 1006. And there was an extremely important point. Because Tiamat's authority came to Eric Metropolis along with the sea level, we couldn't take Marduk's hand axe with us, Quizzard interjected. Even if we wanted to use it now, we couldn't. Quizzard interjected with a serious expression. At this moment, the rising sea level had already submerged nearly half of Mesopotamia's land. If it wasn't for the Nabistin's tooth that Gilgamesh and Zhuge Kongming developed together, the rising sea level would have already reached the Uruk. Everyone present had already discussed the rising sea level earlier. The spreading Black Sea was Tiamat's authority. There was no need to confirm this point. It was completely obvious. What should we do now? Our only hope of a weapon has sunk into the Black Sea. Gudazi was slightly unwilling to give up. Gudazi was told by everyone that she couldn't touch the sea level, or she would become Tiamat's person. Although she had never seen what a person who became Tiamat looked like, Gudazi inexplicably didn't want to see that scene. At this moment, a voice that didn't belong to anyone present sounded. I can probably take it out. However, Gudazi immediately recognized the owner of this voice. Assassin. As expected, everyone looked at the source of the voice. Wu-Ming walked out of a portal that had appeared out of nowhere. Because of some special power that I have mastered, the sea level is ineffective against me. I can take out Marduk's hand axe, but that axe probably won't have much effect on Tiamat. Before Wu-Ming could finish, a small figure jumped into Wu-Ming's arms and interrupted Wu-Ming's speech. Master tilde, the green-haired little girl called out in a childish voice, which confused Wu-Ming. However, Wu-Ming felt the connection between himself and the little girl in his arms and suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. You are Fen Barber? Fen Barber didn't answer. She just hugged Wu-Ming's neck and rubbed against him like a small animal that was close to humans. And this was a gesture that Fen Barber liked to do to Wu-Ming. What's going on? Wu-Ming looked at Quizzard and Ishtar. Fen Barber was with the two at that time. Even if you ask, we don't know what's going on tilde. Quizzard and Ishtar were also depressed. How could Fen Barber suddenly turn into a human? They originally thought that it was related to Wu-Ming, but it turned out that Wu-Ming didn't know either. Regarding this matter, Gilgamesh and Chaldea also discussed it, but because Tiamat's matter was more important, they put it aside and didn't discuss it. Therefore, they didn't know what was going on. However, someone knew. It's probably because she followed you all year round, which caused Fen Barber's body to change. A gentle and familiar voice entered everyone's ears. Gudazi and the others' faces froze, only Gilgamesh's eyes inexplicably lit up. In the next second, a beautiful green-haired person also walked out of the portal and stood beside Wu-Ming. She stretched out her hand and smiled as she stroked Fen Barber's cheeks and hair. This person was Enkidu. In an instant, a beautiful picture seemed to appear in front of everyone. It was a picture of a warm family of three. Wu-Ming hugged Fen Barber, and Enkidu stood beside him. It was like a father hugging his daughter, and his wife stood beside him with a smile. Upon closer inspection, Enkidu and Fen Barber both had green hair. Just this point alone made Fen Barber look very much like Enkidu. If he didn't know that Fen Barber and Enkidu didn't have this kind of relationship, even Gilgamesh almost thought that they were mother and daughter. No, in fact, Gilgamesh was already very shocked. Senior Villo, please be careful. Matthew was the first to summon his shield, and looked worriedly in Wu-Ming's direction. Assassin. Is that an enemy? Gudazi also shouted in panic. However, other than Gudazi and Matthew, The others didn't do anything. It seemed that the green-haired person opposite them was one of them. Don't worry, this person beside me is the real Enkidu. Wu-ming naturally understood what Gudazi and Matthew were worried about. Naturally, they were worried that the person beside Wu-ming was Kingu. Well, that seemed to be right. The others didn't do anything because they saw that the person beside Wu-ming wasn't Kingu. After hearing Wu-ming's explanation, they all nodded as expected. Logically speaking, Kingu should be using Enkidu's appearance, so other than Kingu, only Enkidu would look like this. Since that was the case, for those who hadn't seen Enkidu before, this person must be Enkidu. However, Ishtar was a little confused. She had seen Enkidu before, so why was Enkidu filled with the aura of a young girl? Not only Ishtar, but Gilgamesh was also shocked, just as Wu-ming had guessed. His originally sexless best friend had turned into a woman? What was going on? Hey, Enkidu? Gudazi and Matthew looked at each other in confusion, but looking at the reactions of the people around them, it seemed, probably, really was Enkidu. However, Kingu and Enkidu looked exactly the same, so it was normal for Gudazi and Matthew to mistake them for each other. Kingu is a new consciousness born in Enkidu's body. Enkidu has returned to this body, and this body's consciousness has merged with Enkidu. Now, there is no Kingu, only Enkidu. Everyone suddenly understood. After all, who would have thought that Kingu was a consciousness born in Enkidu's body? Gilgamesh thought that Kingu couldn't be Kingu, but he also didn't think that Kingu was a consciousness born in Enkidu's body. Although Enkidu was a god's clay, it wasn't a special existence. Its body shouldn't have any consciousness after death, unless someone tampered with it. Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes. There was no doubt that the person who tampered with it was the culprit behind the burning of humanity. However, not everyone thought as far ahead as Gilgamesh. Everyone was focused on what was happening in front of them. Merge. Like Ms. Ishtar? Matthew asked with a vivid analogy. However, Ishtar shook her head, indicating that she wasn't as pure as Enkidu. Enkidu's situation isn't exactly the same as mine. Kingu was originally a consciousness born in Enkidu's body. Now that Enkidu was summoned back by Wu-ming, even if they merged, the two of them were originally a consciousness born in the same body. Logically speaking, it should be purer than mine. As she spoke, Ishtar hesitated. Chapter 1007. That's right, Ishtar's expression was very conflicted. The other party was indeed Enkidu. She could vaguely see a hint of disgust in Enkidu's eyes. Only Enkidu would look at her like that. Kingu would not. But, logically speaking, Enkidu should not have the aura of a young girl. Could it be that there was an unexpected change due to the fusion? It was because of this that Ishtar hesitated. But this was the only conclusion she could make at the moment. Even Gilgamesh came to the same conclusion, or rather, he did not want to delve into it. This was indeed his close friend. Through unintentional eye contact, he could tell that this was not Kingu. Anyway, as long as it was Enkidu, it did not matter if it was a man or a woman. This was the magnanimity of the most ancient king. Actually, there was a small accident in the middle. Anyway, this is Enkidu without a doubt. Wu-ming made up an excuse. After determining Enkidu's identity, Wu-ming did not dwell on the issue of Fen Barber turning into a human and returned to the original topic. If we use Marduk's hand axe to deal with Gorgon, it will definitely work. But if we use it to deal with Tiamat, I really don't think it will work. Wu-ming still had the same opinion. He could indeed retrieve Marduk's hand axe from Eric Metropolis that was submerged by the Black Sea, but it would take twice the effort for half the result. In short, Wu-ming was still against it. As expected, even Hyun Ryong said so. Chaldea's Roman let out a sigh. Since Hyun Ryong said so, there's a high chance that it won't work. Leonardo da Vinci added. Ishtar nodded as well. Hyun Ryong may be a foreign god, but in certain aspects, she does no more than I do. Ishtar's expression was slightly unnatural. However, Gilgamesh would not let go of any opportunity to reprimand Ishtar. Hetilda, you are the goddess of greed who is obsessed with gems. Of course, you don't know as much as a foreign god. Ishtar's body trembled. There was no doubt that he was right. There was nothing that could be done about it. Ishtar had been spoiled by all the gods. She had long been neglecting her duties. Even the bull of the sky, if it was any other normal Sumer god, they would more or less have some information about Tiamat. Although Ereshkigal was also a god of the Sumer pantheon, she was not a normal god. However, as everyone knew, Ereshkigal lived in the depths of the underworld all year round. She did not care about worldly affairs and only cared about the underworld. To be honest, she did not know much about Tiamat. As for Wuming, a foreign god, it was already good enough that he knew more than Ishtar. After all, he was only an outsider who had stayed in Mesopotamia for less than 100 years. His joining of the Sumer pantheon was caused by the later generations of the Sumer pantheon. So what if I don't know? Isn't it fine as long as the Xianlong is here? Ishtar yelled at Gilgamesh as if she had nothing left to lose. This made Gilgamesh, who was delighted by Ishtar's embarrassment, laugh heartily. Ishtar's trusting words made Wuming feel a little embarrassed. In fact, he did not understand either. What did he know? He was just a super high hypostasis dragon who had stayed in Mesopotamia for less than 100 years. At first, he just wanted to recover from his injuries and find Yggdrasil, who had fused with Fen Barber, so he made an agreement with Lugarbanda. He would protect the Uruk, and the Uruk would believe in him. If it were not for the group of Sumer gods who came to Wuming to chat and sound him out, Wuming would not care about the Sumer pantheon. Maybe he did not even know who the king of the Sumer pantheon was, let alone Tiamat. The reason why Wuming said that Marda's hand axe did not work was entirely because Tiamat had the origin of black mud. Just like Az Darkahar, the whole dragon changed after he had the origin of black mud. His abilities were all different from before. It could be said that if it were not for Wuming in the Hekata world, the upper level of the Hekata world would have perished, let alone the lower level. However, although Wuming knew his own situation, Wuming was not the pot calling the kettle black. But the others did not know that. They all thought that Wuming made a judgment on the premise that he understood Tiamat. In their opinion, since Wuming said that it did not work, it was probably true. Everyone's face sank, probably because the only way to work on Tiamat at present was also ineffective. Gilgamesh was the only one who smiled. But giving up without trying isn't this king's character. Or, Hunryong, do you have a good idea? This was Gilgamesh's trust in Wuming. He believed that Wuming must have a way. However, Wuming did not answer Gilgamesh's question. Instead, he looked at Merlin, who had not spoken much. Merlin, what do you think? Merlin was not a taciturn person like Anna, but surprisingly, Wuming did not hear Merlin speak after arriving here. Me? Ahahaha tilde, what can I possibly think of it? Merlin tried to play dumb. Wuming did not believe that Merlin insisted on going to Eric Metropolis alone without a purpose. Wuming knew very well that the Eric Metropolis had a roller seal that could predict the future. Merlin might have seen something. But since Merlin did not want to speak in front of everyone, Wuming decided to ask him in private later. Actually, I have been preparing my trump card. I need some time. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Can you deal with Tiamat? Gudazi couldn't help but ask. Everyone's eyes were also focused on Wuming. Yes. Wuming's answer was simple and clear, as if he had a 100% chance of winning. However, Wuming had no intention of explaining what his trump card was, which made Ishtar a little irritable. She actually knew Wuming very well, not because of their teacher-student relationship, but because they were rivals. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best is not your friend, but your enemy. Ishtar used to fight with Wuming all day long and was defeated by him. Because of this, Ishtar, who studied Wuming every day, was familiar with Wuming. She knew that Wuming would not fight a battle without preparation. Since Wuming said yes, then there must be no problem. However, back to the past, no problem was no problem. Ishtar's irritable temper was one thing, but Ishtar's irritable temper was another. Because when it came to Ishtar's irritable temper, it was Wuming who kept her in suspense. Damn it, Hunryong, can't you be more straightforward? You're always keeping me in suspense. Ishtar crossed his arms in front of his chest and glared at Wuming while gnashing his teeth. You really aren't cute, Ishtar. You have the same face, but Ereshkigal is cuter. Everyone was stunned. Right, there was still Ereshkigal. Chapter 1008. If it were not for Wuming's words, everyone would not have been able to react. Because of Tiamat, after Gorgon left, everyone directly ignored Ereshkigal, the last figure of the three goddesses' alliance. When did you go to see Ereshkigal? Ishtar calmed down, as if she was somewhat dissatisfied with Ereshkigal. Gorgon's exit was the work of me and Ereshkigal. When Wuming said this, everyone understood why Gorgon left the north wall in confusion. It turned out that the two Sumer gods worked together to deal with Gorgon. But Ereshkigal should be restricted by the three goddesses' alliance. Quizzard suddenly said. Then Wuming nodded. Yes, because of this, Ereshkigal's divinity has almost completely disappeared, and the entire spirit base can only be forcibly maintained by the underworld. It has no combat power. Wuming's implication was to tell everyone that Ereshkigal was no longer a threat, and there was no need to treat her as an enemy. Those who died suddenly have also been resurrected, presumably Ereshkigal released their souls. Gilgamesh also interjected, proving that Ereshkigal was on the side of the humans. Really, how did that guy end up in such a sorry state? Ishtar complained proudly, but it was obvious that she was concerned about Ereshkigal. Seeing Ishtar's insincerity, Wuming could not help but smile. But don't worry, I have already given my divinity to Ereshkigal, and now she is fine, and I have also told her that if there is no other way, I will ask her for help, and she has agreed. Ishtar was shocked, and her hands could not help but relax. However, before she had time to express her surprise, someone spoke first. You gave all your divinity to Ereshkigal? Roman of Chaldea exclaimed through the projection. But how is this possible? I have never heard of divinity being given away. This king also wants to give his divinity to others, but unfortunately, this king is the king who separates the human from the gods, so he must have part of the divinity. Gilgamesh spoke to shut Roman's mouth. The implication was that it was not impossible to take out the divinity. Indeed, no god had ever said that divinity could not be given away, and no magician had ever proven whether divinity could be given away. No did not mean can't. Why do I feel that you are weird now? Quizzard said. Quizzard probably did not notice Wuming's divinity because of the disappearance of all his divinity and Tiamat's crisis. Merlin and Anna also looked at Wuming a few more times. Only Gudazi and Matthew, who did not understand, were confused. Is it difficult to give away divinity? For Gudazi, divinity was a strange thing, and it was like a consumable. In fact, Gudazi was not wrong. Didn't Ereshkigal use her divinity to suppress Gorgon? It's troublesome to explain. Let's put it this way, you can understand that the divinity of a god is equivalent to the humanity of a human. Ishtar's analogy made Gudazi and Matthew nod. But Ishtar is not accurate. After all, we gods belong to the mysterious side. Our divinity can be given away. Maybe in the eyes of humans, humanity cannot be given away, but our divinity can, but it's quite troublesome. There's no need to go into the details. You just have to remember that it's difficult to give away divinity, and you may not be able to get it back. Quizzard ended the topic. Although Tiamat has awakened, she hasn't made any moves for the time being. Those Ramu and Karuru can't enter the Uruk, so we are safe for now. After the topic ended, Wuming led everyone back to the main topic. Tiamat hasn't made any moves, which is in line with our current situation. My trump card is still a few days away from being ready. In short, in these 2 days, we just have to improvise. Wuming put down the Fen Barber in his arms and continued. Since Wuming said so, no one said anything since there was no other way. However, Roman, who was in Chaldea, had a strange expression. But there was no other way. The apocalyptic crisis could be solved just by waiting? That was too strange. Anyway, the meeting ended like this. In the end, it was Gilgamesh who forcibly drove everyone out of the throne room. Then, as if it was his daily routine, he began to deal with the government affairs on the clay tablet again. After all, The Uruk's problems were all handed over to Sidui, so they couldn't be properly dealt with. Gudazi and Matthew were in a state of exhaustion. After leaving the Tower of God, they returned to the Chaldean embassy to sleep. Anna left alone and no one knew where she went. Ishtar was in the limelight and received the worship of the humans. Quizard was not as vulgar as Ishtar. She brought the leopard man to help build the temporary residence for the new population. Enkidu originally wanted to catch up with Gilgamesh, but when she knew that Gilgamesh had to deal with government affairs, she took the Fen Barber somewhere. Anyway, Enkidu and Fen Barber were good friends, so the two could catch up. In the end, Merlin took the initiative to find Wu Ming. In a room in the middle of the Tower of God, Merlin and Wu Ming came directly after they were driven out of the throne room. In front of the large windowless Uruk window, Wu Ming and Merlin stood side by side and looked at the busy scene in the Uruk city. Have the people from the North Wall arrived? Wu Ming suddenly asked. Leonidas, Nuwakamaru, and Musasp Ben-K, who were in charge of bringing up the rear, have arrived. There should be no humans outside the Uruk. If the previous evaluation of the Uruk was that almost all the humans of this era have gathered, then the current evaluation of the Uruk could be changed to almost all the humans of this era have gathered. All of this is thanks to you, Villo, Merlin said to Wu Ming in a rare tone as if he was talking to a friend. However, Wu Ming smiled. It was indeed his credit to protect the Uruk, but it was also because of the spirit of the humans of this era. Gilgamesh had already told everyone that the world would usher in the end as early as 6 months ago. What did you see when you went to Eric Metropolis? Wu Ming did not talk to Merlin anymore and directly jumped to the main topic. The battle between the three-headed dragon and the creator dragon god. Merlin was not pretentious and bluntly answered Wu Ming's question. As expected. What was Wu Ming thinking? Wu Ming was, of course, Merlin saw the future from the roller seal of Eric Metropolis. In other words, the future changed by Wu Ming. Chapter 1009. I was shocked when I saw several futures with my clairvoyance. Now I can finally see a fixed future. Although Merlin, as a nightmare, did not have the colorful emotions of humans, Merlin liked to see happy endings. However, Merlin could not even see an accurate future, let alone happy endings. Instead, he saw several inaccurate futures. There was a future where Chaldea was completely destroyed and Mesopotamia was destroyed. There was a future where Chaldea did not arrive and only King Gilgamesh was left in Mesopotamia. There was even a future where this singularity did not exist at all. How could Merlin, who could not see an accurate future, not worry? However, Wu Ming spread his hands. There is no fixed and accurate future. What you see is the possible direction of a parallel world. As Wu Ming said, the future was not fixed. Even without Wu Ming as a variable, there would be many futures, which would lead to the birth of parallel worlds. However, with Wu Ming's existence as a singularity, its fate would inevitably change and deviate from the original future. This was certain. It was also because of Wu Ming's interference that Merlin could not see an accurate future, so it was understandable that he was worried. Perhaps Gilgamesh's clairvoyance could not see the future, so he anxiously asked Merlin to find the clay tablet of destiny to see what the future engraved on the tablet said. Things like the future should be experienced by oneself. If you know everything, then what's the point? Maybe the moment you see the future will change because of it. Wu Ming's implication was that he did not believe in the so-called future. Oh, if only King Gilgamesh could be as open-minded as you. You have to know that when he asked me to go out and find the clay tablet of destiny, it cost me my life. When the 11 magical beast commanders had appeared in the north, Merlin had relied on his illusion to explore the north with great difficulty. He had been very careful, afraid that he would be discovered and slaughtered by the magical beast commanders. It was at that time that Merlin happened to meet Anna, who had just been summoned to this singularity. If Merlin had discovered it a little later, perhaps Anna would have already died at the hands of the magical beast commander. Hetilda, you've been cooped up in the pagoda all day, it's time for you to come out and get some exercise. Wu Ming and Merlin once again laughed at his misfortune. You'd better spare me. Merlin found it troublesome to even recite an incantation, let alone go outside. He was a total shut-in. Forget it, forget it. Let's stop here. Merlin turned around and walked towards the door. I still have half a piece of butter cake in the Chaldean embassy. I might not be able to eat it in the future, so I have to enjoy it. Merlin, who had already guessed this outcome, even cast a magic spell on the butter cake to maintain its freshness. Hey Tilda, it's the end of the world. Are you going to eat cake to get through it? Wu Ming looked at Merlin with an annoyed expression. Oh, well Tilda anyway, with you here, I think the three-headed dragon will be enough to deal with Tiamat. Merlin, who had turned around, chuckled. No matter how stupid Merlin was, he knew that the three-headed dragon was Wu Ming's trump card. Although the three-headed dragon was one level lower than the god of creation, Tiamat, if it was Wu Ming's trump card, then there was no need to worry. Wu Ming must have done something to it. You trust me that much? Wu Ming couldn't help but smile. That's for sure. Aren't the others the same? Gudazi and Matthew trusted Wu Ming because of his relationship with Wu Ming. Roman and Leonardo da Vinci trusted Wu Ming because he had helped Chaldea a lot on this path of humanity's destruction. Moreover, Wu Ming was powerful, and there was no other way but to rely on him. Gilgamesh trusted Wu Ming without a reason, and so did Enkidu. Ishtar trusted Wu Ming for similar reasons. The leopard man relied on his beastly instincts, while Anna followed the crowd to a certain extent. Quizzard did not completely trust him, but there was no other way. If worse came to worst, she would risk her life to attack Tiamat. Although she was a South American goddess, Quizzard was actually a goddess who came to South America from another planet. In a desperate situation, she might be able to kill Tiamat. On the other hand, Merlin trusted Wu Ming because of their old friendship. To be honest, when I found out that you didn't tell me about Leah's future, I wanted to slap you the next time we meet, Wu Ming joked. At first, Wu Ming was still very weak and could not change the ending of King Arthur. Even if he did change a part of it, it still ended with the fall of Arthur's dynasty. Merlin, who had the all-seeing eye, did not tell Wu Ming about it. Hey, you're the one who messed with my all-seeing eye, okay? Wu Ming understood what Merlin meant. It was because of him that Merlin could not see the future. Otherwise, Wu Ming would have slapped Merlin a long time ago. Merlin also thought that he could not see the future and thought that Artoria's future would be changed. Who would have thought that the end result would still be the same? Let's not talk about this anymore. Wu Ming shook his head and walked to Merlin, obviously wanting to leave with Merlin. You're not going to steal my butter cake, are you? What are you thinking? I have something to talk to Anna about, so I'll go to the Chaldean embassy with you. Wu Ming looked at Merlin with disdain. I see. Ahem, but if you want to eat butter cake, you can tell me. I'll give you a piece. After all, you're my best friend. Heh, I want all of it. Of course, it was a joke. However, Merlin seemed to take it seriously. He did not want to go back with Wu Ming. The two chatted as they left the tower and walked toward the Chaldean embassy not far away. When the two passed by an alley, Wu Ming suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the alley. In the alley, there was an old man in tattered clothes leaning against the wall. The old man's eyes were covered by a tattered hood, and he looked like he was asleep. Merlin's eyes lit up when he saw the old man, and then he smiled. Oh, I'll go back and enjoy my butter cake first. In the end, only Wu Ming and the old man were left in the alley. Wu Ming walked into the alley and sat down face to face with the old man. What do you want from me? Wu Ming also opened the dragon nest dimension and took out a piece of meat pie and handed it to the old man. The old man looked up and stared at Wu Ming with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. After the old man stared at Wu Ming for a while, Wu Ming could not hold back anymore. Chapter 1010. Seeing an old man like you, anyone would give you some food. And I'm not giving you alms, I'm here to exchange information with you. Interesting. The old man responded to Wu Ming with a deep voice. His voice was full of vigor, just like his eyes, he didn't look like a weak old man at all. Then I'll accept it. The old man said as he reached out and took the pie in Wu Ming's hand. By the way, this is beef filling. You're lucky. Wu Ming smiled mischievously. However, The old man didn't hesitate because of Wu Ming's words and calmly accepted Wu Ming's pie. Seeing that his prank didn't work, Wu Ming smacked his lips and began to talk business. You went to find Tiamat. There was no doubt that this old man was the first Hassan. In Wu Ming's view, the first Hassan only came to him for one thing, and that was Tiamat. The primordial mother is different from before, I can't get close. Wu Ming wasn't surprised by the first Hassan's words. After Wu Ming learned that Tiamat had the black soil, he didn't expect others to attack Tiamat. Sure enough, even the first Hassan couldn't get close to Tiamat. It was very likely that Tiamat's assimilation power was too strong. Forget it, you don't owe me a favor anyway. The first Hassan owed Gudazi a favor, and the one who needed help was Gudazi. It had nothing to do with Wu Ming. Even if it had something to do with Wu Ming wouldn't care. You protect Tachika in the dark, I'll do the rest. That's my destiny. The first Hassan nodded. After this short exchange, Wu Ming left the alley. The first Hassan came to tell Wu Ming about Tiamat's unexpected situation. There wasn't much to say at the moment, so Wu Ming left. However, Wu Ming realized a problem from this. Tiamat was not weaker than Jisha. Even if she wasn't stronger, she was at least on par with Jisha. Wu Ming now already knew the identity of Jisha. It was the number one beast of human evil, Beast Eye. Although Wu Ming had never seen Tiamat, according to the level of the god of creation, she shouldn't be lower than Jisha. Wu Ming already suspected. Wu Ming. I have to be a little more serious. After Wu Ming said that, Collis on his head understood what Wu Ming meant. The trump card that was almost completed was accelerated by Collis, who was in the route. By tomorrow, Wu Ming's trump card would be completed. After leaving the alley, Wu Ming walked back to the Chaldean embassy. The reason he came to this street was to find Anna to deal with some matters. Meeting the first Hassan was a surprise. The Chaldean embassy was not far from the alley where Wu Ming met the first Hassan. After Wu Ming walked out of the alley, it didn't take long for him to reach the Chaldean embassy. However, just as he walked to the entrance of the Chaldean embassy, Wu Ming heard Merlin's scream. Ah, Kesapalug, it's my fault, don't kick me anymore. Suddenly, the scene of Fufu kicking Merlin's face appeared in Wu Ming's mind. Or perhaps, Merlin had already been kicked down, and Fufu continued to kick his face even more fiercely. Wu Ming lifted the curtain at the entrance and walked straight in. Sure enough, Merlin was lying on the ground, and Fufu was lying on Merlin's face, constantly poking Merlin's cheeks with his palms. There were several handprints of Fufu on Merlin's face. After seeing Wu Ming's arrival, Fufu immediately gave up on teaching Merlin a lesson. Like an agile little animal, he directly ran up the stairs and left Wu Ming's sight. Sure enough, Fufu was still afraid of Wu Ming as always. What's wrong with you? You went to that little guy again. Wu Ming, who walked to Merlin's side, pulled Merlin up. Merlin smiled awkwardly. Ahahaha, my butter cake is gone, and Kesapalug happened to have traces of butter cake on his mouth. Next, Merlin didn't need to Wu Ming to know that Merlin must have thought that his treasured butter cake was eaten by Fufu, so he went to reason with Fufu, or maybe even wanted to teach Fufu a lesson. As a result, Merlin was taught a lesson by Fufu. That's good, don't eat it, what's Tiamat's rank? Merlin definitely knew this question. Wu Ming's sudden question made Merlin stunned for a few seconds. The question of a beast was obviously at the level of the apocalypse. How could Wu Ming be as relaxed as asking about food and water? But Merlin still answered truthfully. The second beast, Beast 2. Wu Ming nodded, thinking that Tiamat was also called a beast. By the way, where are Tachika and the others? Merlin pointed upstairs. Tachika and Matthew fell asleep after coming back. Probably because you are here, their tense nerves are rarely relaxed. In addition, I also cast a slight sleep illusion on them. They are now in a state of rest where they won't be easily disturbed by external sounds. Indeed, according to the character of Gudazi and Matthew, if Wu Ming wasn't there, the two of them would probably not be able to sleep because of Tiamat. At most, they could only take a nap for a while. Sure enough, the task of saving the world is still too heavy for two little girls. Yes, in Wu Ming's eyes, Gudazi and Matthew were just two little girls. Excluding all external factors, Wu Ming also wanted to help them because of this. It's still a matter of mentality. You see, the people in the city look like they are having a party. Merlin walked to the window and looked at the people coming and going on the street outside. There was no fear on everyone's face. Instead, it was like an ordinary day. There were even many smiling faces. They can still smile in the 6 months of the demonic beast invasion. It really proves that their mentality is much better than Tachika and Matthew, but that's just a matter of time. Gudazi and Marshu were modern people, but these people were from the gods' generation. In Wu Ming's view, the people under the rule of Gilgamesh wouldn't be melancholy because of the doomsday that had yet to come. If they were melancholy because of this, it would be a waste of the time before the doomsday. Yes, humans have been trying to enjoy every day. It's really great. Merlin looked at all this with a smile and seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Wu Ming felt that Merlin was more and more strange. Even if it was a half-dream demon, it was still a half-dream demon. And for a half-dream demon, nightmares were delicious. How could people who smiled have nightmares? And Merlin liked to see human happy endings. How could this not be strange? However, it was precisely because of this that Merlin could become friends with Wu Ming. I'm back. At this moment, a greeting voice suddenly came from the door. Wu Ming turned his head and looked. Anna? Chapter 10-11. Yes, it was the girl Anna who walked in from the door, but now she no longer covered her face with the hood of the cloak, and there was a smile on Anna's face. Welcome back, Anna. Did you go to the old lady's house in the nearby flower shop again? Wu Ming glanced at Merlin. When he heard Merlin say that Gudazi and Matthew were sleeping, he also thought that Anna was also sleeping, so he didn't ask where Anna was. In the end, Anna just went out. It could only be said that Merlin played a word game with him. Of course, in the end, it was still Wu Ming who didn't pay attention to this. Well, I still have to go out. I just came back to put something away. Anna nodded silently. She wasn't surprised that Merlin knew her whereabouts. After all, Merlin was a voyeur. But today, Anna was in a good mood, so she wasn't going to trouble Merlin. Later, under the puzzled eyes of Wu Ming and Merlin, Anna walked into the kitchen and immediately walked out. After Anna walked out, Wu Ming immediately spoke. Anna, I have something to ask you. Anna stopped when she heard this, as if she was a little hesitant. Seeing that Anna seemed to have something to do, Wu Ming proposed a solution. It's just a very ordinary thing. I'll go out with you. We can finish it on the way. Anna thought about it and finally nodded. Later, Wu Ming and Anna walked out of the Chaldean embassy together. After seeing the two leave, Merlin walked into the kitchen to see what Anna had just taken or put away. As a result, he saw a plate on the kitchen table with a trace of cake left on it. This is the plate I put the butter cake on. Merlin's cry came from the kitchen, alarming the fufu upstairs. Gudazi and Matthew did not hear Merlin's cry because of Merlin's illusion. On the street, Wu Ming glanced at the elven embassy behind him. He seemed to have heard Merlin's sorrowful cry. Or was Wu Ming hallucinating? Anna, on the other hand, noticed that the wailing belonged to Merlin, but she did not feel guilty at all. What's the matter? Anna's sudden question made Wu Ming ignore Merlin's sorrowful cry. I have something for you. Then, Wu Ming waved his hand and a golden ripple appeared in front of Anna. A golden shadow appeared and fell out. Anna subconsciously grabbed it. This is the Holy Grail. That's right, Anna was holding the Holy Grail in her hand. However, Anna was a little puzzled. Why did Wu Ming give her the Holy Grail? I took this Holy Grail from Winterwood City. Sakura Madu, who was taken away by me, was sealed in the Holy Grail. Wu Ming's words made Anna's body tremble. As the first master she met, Anna was quite fond of the young Sakura Madu. After learning that Sakura Madu's entire world was burned down, Anna was more than once worried about what would happen to Sakura Madu after she left. Fortunately, in the end, Wu Ming promised to take good care of Sakura Madu, so Anna left without any worries. Anna originally thought that Sakura Madu would be taken to that place called Chaldea. In the end, Anna did not expect that Sakura Madu would be stuffed into the Holy Grail by Wu Ming. Cough cough. It's not that it's not good for her. The Holy Grail is more than half a magic furnace. Staying in the Holy Grail for a long time and receiving a large amount of magic power baptism, it's good for increasing her potential and ability as a magician. Wu Ming seemed to be forcing an explanation as he said it without blushing. At first, Wu Ming only wanted to temporarily store Sakura Madu in the Holy Grail and release Sakura Madu when he was free. In the end, who would have thought that a series of events would occur, causing Wu Ming to have no choice but to entrust the Holy Grail to Kingu. Fortunately, Kingu did not do anything to Sakura Madu, or rather, it did not discover that Sakura Madu was in the Holy Grail. In the end, after a series of events, it returned to Wu Ming's hands. However, what Wu Ming said about increasing Sakura Madu's ability was not false. When Sakura Madu came out of the Holy Grail, her magic circuit and the quality of her magic power would be greatly improved. Wu Ming came to find Anna to exchange Sakura Madu with Anna. At the very least, Sakura Madu and Anna had to meet. When to release Sakura Madu from the Holy Grail was also up to Anna to decide. You probably think that you appeared because of Gorgon, but I think that you appeared because of Sakura Madu. After Wu Ming finished speaking, he closed his mouth, and Anna also fell into silence. The two of them did not stop walking. As Anna, who was extremely compatible with Sakura Madu, and both of them were quite young, the relationship between Sakura Madu and Sakura Madu was no longer limited to the relationship of master and servant. The two of them were already friends, and even the only family. Perhaps Sakura Madu, who was sleeping in the Holy Grail, subconsciously summoned Anna in this era. But no matter what, Sakura Madu was fine, and that was the most important thing. Anna, is this the place? Wu Ming's words pulled Anna back from her thoughts. Anna looked up and saw that she had already arrived in front of a shop with all kinds of flowers. Yes, it's here. Anna nodded. Wu Ming squatted down and touched Anna's little head. I also know about her situation. After the human nature fever is over, I will properly deal with her problem, but for now, you should keep the Holy Grail and her safe. Then, Wu Ming stood up, turned around, and left. While Anna continued to be in a daze, an old woman walked out of the flower shop with some trembling. Anna, you're back. Hearing the old woman's voice, Anna instantly hid the Holy Grail under her cloak. Yes, Grandma, I'm back. Did the plate with the butter cake properly return to its original position? Oh Tilda, sure enough, the butter cake brought by Anna is more delicious than the one I made. This old woman also rarely enjoyed it. The old woman seemed to be reminiscing, her squinted eyes slightly opened. Anna knew that this old woman was too old to taste anything, but at this moment, the old woman was really reminiscing, which meant that she tasted the flavor of the butter cake. Anna didn't notice this before. Obviously, someone did something to the butter cake. Merlin, Anna thought to herself. Yes, I put it back in the kitchen. Grandma, I still think that the butter cake you made is delicious, but next time I will bring you such delicious butter cake again. No need, Anna, this old woman isn't used to such good food, you can keep it for yourself in the future. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen, don't wrong yourself. After all, even if this old woman can safely survive the apocalypse, she doesn't have much time left. Also, if you like the butter cake I made, I will make it for you every time you come. No need, Grandma, you need more rest, I will continue to help you take care of the flowers. Anna continued to chat with the old woman while busying herself in the old woman's shop. The old woman took out a garland when Anna wasn't paying attention. Wu Ming didn't continue to watch, but turned around and left. After all, Wu Ming also guessed what would happen next. Not far away, in the Chaldean embassy, Merlin washed the plate that Anna returned before and put it aside. Then he stroked the head of Fufu who came beside him without him knowing. So it was Anna who fed you a little before taking away the cake, Cassapalug. Chapter 10-12. Wu Ming came to the Uruk wall where the seal of divinity, Dinja, was placed and looked towards the southwest. At this moment, the dark clouds were approaching the Uruk. Although the sea of black mud could not be seen with the naked eye, Wu Ming could still feel that the sea level was rising. The sea of black mud that was blocked by Nabistin's tooth was getting more and more turbulent. As the last few humans in the north had retreated into the Uruk, countless Ramu that could not find any living humans were wandering around the vast land outside the Uruk. They were going crazy because they could not enter the Uruk. However, the number of the mermaid Kururu, one of the 11 mythical beasts, was decreasing. It seemed like the other Ramu had killed them and turned them into Ramu. However, no matter how many Ramu there were, they could not enter the wizardry barrier that was set up by Wu Ming's relic above the Uruk. Bless the world with this body, my god treat, level, A++ type, wizardry relic distance, maximum catch. Hyun Ryong, who was defined as a god, was separated from the humans and returned to heaven. This relic was created by the humans' belief in Hyun Ryong. It was the last bit of power that protected the humans. It represented the separation of humans and God, which was the gradual disappearance of mysteries. After that, the era of gods would completely disappear and the humans would usher in their own era. The specific effect was that mysteries that were malicious to the humans would be annihilated while mysteries that were kind to the humans would be weakened. This relic represented the irreversible force of the separation of humans and gods and the disappearance of the era of gods. Although it had a certain effect on Wu Ming and the rest, it only weakened them and did not affect them much. To the mythical beasts, not only were they separated, but they were also hostile to the humans. Therefore, when the light film shrouded the Uruk, a small number of Ramu and Kururu in the Uruk light film were physically separated. However, if it was to deal with Tiamat, this relic might not be enough to separate her. Therefore, as long as Tiamat personally came, the human race would definitely perish. However, no matter how hard Wu Ming looked, he could not see a trace of Tiamat's figure. Hiding underground was even more ridiculous. Zhuge Kongming had already moved the Stone Warrior 8 formations to the southeast. If Tiamat was moving underground, they would be able to discover it. Since there was no sign of Tiamat, it was obvious that Tiamat had not moved at all. Do you think that Ramu alone can destroy mankind? Or does Tiamat have other secrets? Wu Ming muttered to himself. Wu Ming believed that the latter was more reliable. At the very least, these Ramu were Tiamat's children. If they could not defeat them after a long time, they would definitely attack Tiamat. His Excellency Hyun Ryong tilde, a lively childlike voice entered Wu Ming's ears. Wu Ming turned his head and found that it was Nuwakamaru. There were 2 people behind him. They were the remaining 2 lancers who were guarding the north wall. The soldiers at the north wall had retreated, so they naturally retreated as well. Everyone, how have you been? Wu Ming greeted them. His Excellency Hyun Ryong is thinking about Tiamat's matter. Musasp Ben-K, who followed Nuwakamaru to Wu Ming's side, looked into the distance and said in a muffled voice, Tiamat hasn't moved for so long. There must be something going on. Leonidas, I answered Musasp Ben-K. We can't continue to waste time with Tiamat. If she doesn't come to us, we have to go to her. Wu Ming's face became firm. They might have to take the initiative to attack. When Nuwakamaru and the other 2 heard this, their faces changed like Wu Ming's, but they also agreed with Wu Ming's words. They had no way to waste time with Tiamat. Several servants belonging to the Uruk were cut off from Gilgamesh's magic supply. They had to rely on food to survive. In addition, all the existing humans in this era were gathered in the Uruk. The food could not last for more than a few days. When the time came, there was no need for Ramu and Tiamat, the humans would starve to death. Your Excellency, do you mean that Tiamat is deliberately wasting time with us? However, Wu Ming shook his head and denied Musasp Ben-K's words. She doesn't need to do this. I suspect that Tiamat is restricted by something and can't move for a while. It was said that Tiamat had a huge dragon body. She only used her body to carry out physical attacks, and humans would be easily defeated. Therefore, Wu Ming believed that Tiamat was temporarily unable to move for some reason. Wu Ming decided to go back and ask Enkidu. She should know about Tiamat. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Wu Ming shook his head. Let's wait until tomorrow to let everyone have a good rest tonight. Let's have a good rest tonight. If there's anything, we can discuss it tomorrow. The three of them nodded as they understood what wombing meant. At this moment, Tiamat could not move, and the demonic beasts outside Uruk could not enter. Now was a precious and rare time to rest. How could they not make good use of it? It was a quiet night. Whether it was a king or a civilian, whether it was a servant or a master, everyone had a good rest. After all, with Wooming's noble phantasm, they did not have to worry about the invasion of demonic beasts. In the Chaldean embassy, Wooming woke up early in the morning and began to prepare breakfast. That's right, Wooming stayed in the Chaldean embassy last night. As for the room, Wooming slept on the roof. The Mesopotamia region was not said to be like spring all year round, but the temperature difference between summer and winter was not very big. Even if he slept outdoors, it would be fine, not to mention that Wooming was a servant. I slept so well last night Gudazi yawned as she walked down the stairs and came to the first floor. Yes, senpai. When the doctor contacted me this morning, he said that senpai's body had an unprecedented rest in all aspects. Matthew echoed behind Gudazi. Fufu, who was like a squirrel, also called twice. Fufu is also very energetic Matthew picked up Fufu. Gudazi did not answer Matthew's previous question because she saw Wooming. Hey! Assassin, you can cook. Gudazi looked at Wooming, who was wearing a Mesopotamia apron, carrying a stack of food that she did not know the name of, to the table. There were several plates on the table, all of which were filled with food that Gudazi had never seen before. It smells so good Matthew also ignored the previous topic because of Wooming's food. Whoa I haven't heard of this food for many years. It reminds me of the story of the king who often went to the kitchen to steal food. Merlin also walked down the stairs in a strange manner. Wooming glared at Merlin. Merlin smiled awkwardly and did not speak again. After all, if it wasn't for Wooming being merciful last night, Merlin would have been the one sleeping on the roof. Is there butter cake? Anna's slightly shy voice followed Merlin's. There is no butter cake, but I made some modern snacks. Anna can try them later. Mesopotamia's butter cake was somewhat different from modern butter cake, so Wooming did not try to make it, but he did bake some modern snacks. Go wash up first. There will be guests later. Guests? Gudazi and Matthew looked at each other, and both saw doubt in each other's eyes. But it did not matter. They would know later. Chapter 10:13. Everyone came to the table after washing up and sat down. They found that there were more and more dishes on the table, and it didn't seem like the five of them could finish it all. Villo-senpai? How many guests are there? Matthew wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, they're here. Wooming pointed to the door, and three figures appeared at the door. Miss Nuwakimaru? Mr. Chin? Mr. Leonidas? Matthew was surprised. Mr. Fujimaru, Mr. Matthew, long time no see. Nuwakimaru greeted them calmly, but she didn't have much contact with Chaldea, so she didn't say much. Musasp Benkei and Leonidas I were the same. The three of them were either at the northern wall or at the temporary stronghold built in the northwest, while Fujimaru and the others were either in the Uruk or the dense forest in the south. Although they were familiar with each other, they were only familiar with each other. In terms of familiarity, Wooming was much more familiar to Nuwakimaru than Gudazi and the others. Nuwakimaru and the others sat down calmly, but the inexplicably lengthened table and the dishes on the table still couldn't be finished by three more people. At this time, a lively voice came from the door. Yo big sister, I'm here Quizzard dragged the weak leopard man into the Chaldean embassy. She found a seat and sat down, and instantly threw the leopard man to the seat next to her. Miss Quizzard is here too. Matthew was surprised again. Gudazi was quite interested in the leopard man's current state, but she could probably guess that he was beaten up by Quizzard because he provoked Quizzard. I was invited by Hyun Ryong for breakfast Quizzard smiled sweetly at Gudazi. So, Nuwakimaru and the others are the same? Gudazi guessed. Yes, Mr. Fujimaru, we're not the only ones invited. As if agreeing with Nuwakimaru's words, another person, or rather a golden king, came in from the entrance of the Chaldean embassy. Ha 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 tilde this king's arrival, the entire Chaldean embassy seems to be a lot brighter. The newcomer was naturally Gilgamesh. King Gilgamesh. This time, Gudazi and Matthew were shocked. They really didn't expect Gilgamesh to be among the guests. What's the point of being so arrogant? Even if it's brighter, it's all because of this goddess. Ishtar, who came in later, crossed her arms and looked at Gilgamesh with disdain. Oh tilde the goddess of greed even wants to take this king's glory for herself. Gilgamesh mocked mercilessly. You shiny golden guy. I hope you die of overwork. However, before Gilgamesh and Ishtar could quarrel, Sijiri's figure came in. Okay, king and goddess, today you were invited by Hunryong Sama to enjoy breakfast. You can't be so rude. Her words, which were neither flattering nor harsh, made Gilgamesh and Ishtar both shut their mouths. Sijiri, the two of them really can't do anything to you. Enkidu, who had a smile on his face, walked in holding Fenbarba's hand. You're exaggerating. Sijiri bowed. In this regard, Gudazi and Matthew were almost stunned. Good heavens, all the powerful forces of this era had gathered together. However, only Wuming knew that Ereshkigal was still missing, but that couldn't be helped. After all, she couldn't leave the underworld. Okay, everyone, hurry up and take a seat. This is my cooking that I haven't made for a long time. Hurry up and try it. Hearing this, Gilgamesh and the others also sat down. Seeing so many powerful gods and kings sitting next to them, Gudazi and Matthew were a little uncomfortable. The two were still thinking about whether to change seats. However, Gilgamesh also said that this banquet was hosted by Wuming after all, and even he couldn't steal the limelight. What he meant was, no matter who was in charge, they could sit anywhere. Everyone began to enjoy the food. At this moment, it was as if they really obeyed Gilgamesh's order. Everyone, including Gudazi, was no longer restrained and completely let go of their limbs. Leonidas I and Musas Benkei competed in drinking, Quizzard, as the big sister, played with Gudazi, Matthew and Anna discussed which snacks Wuming made were delicious, Gilgamesh and Ishtar were once again at each other's throats, and Sijiri was the lubricant between them. Enkidu looked at this scene and smiled helplessly, then looked at Wuming, who was chatting with Nuwakamaru. As for the leopard man, he was bragging with Fenbarba and Fufu, but he was ignored by the two beasts. Now it didn't seem like they were facing the coming doomsday at all, but more like an ordinary party. Roman, who was in Chaldea and watching this scene through Gudazi's bracelet, sighed. I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. By the way, Roman showed a tangled expression. Roman was happy to see everyone in a good mood, but their good mood made Roman a little worried. After all, there was still the threat of Tiamat. However, Leonardo da Vinci didn't care so much. Instead, he smiled. This is a bit like a different version of the Last Supper. The Last Supper that Leonardo da Vinci made before his death seemed to be comfortable, but it was actually a crisis. Now, the banquet in the Chaldean embassy was just like that. You're so careless. Roman rolled his eyes at Leonardo da Vinci. This was probably the benefit of being a servant, there was no need to think too much. But, no matter how you look at it, it's breakfast. Looking at the harmonious table in the monitor, Roman gave up complaining about Leonardo da Vinci, and he gradually immersed himself in this warm scene. After all, it's good to do this occasionally, isn't it? I'm hungry, I'm going to get a cup of coffee. Roman got up and left the monitor. However, Leonardo da Vinci sat in Roman's position and waved at Roman like a rich man. By the way, help me get a cup, the cup is next to the coffee machine, thank you yes, understood . The meal was very fast, and the delicious food that everyone enjoyed in Chaldean embassy was quickly wiped out. After that, everyone went to the highest floor of the tower, Gilgamesh's office, between the throne. Gilgamesh, who was sitting on the high throne, glanced at the people standing neatly in front of him and immediately spoke. So, Tiamat's counterattack strategy meeting, let's start now. Gilgamesh's imposing words entered everyone's ears, and most people's faces became extremely serious. The reason why it was most people was because there were a small number of people who didn't become serious, but showed a surprised expression. Hey, Wait a minute, counterattack. Are we going to counterattack Tiamat? Chapter 10:14. Matthew and Gudazi were the only two people who were surprised. That's right. I think you have also noticed that we don't have much food left, and all the humans in Mesopotamia have gathered in the Uruk. Although there is no problem for the time being, in a few days, the shortage of food will appear, and we will be in trouble. Gudazi and Matthew heard Wu Ming's words and instantly understood. After all, they were modern people, and they could understand what would happen in the Uruk through the usual compulsory education. At that time, humans would starve to death because they were trapped in the Uruk without food, and in serious cases, there might be riots. After all, appetite was one of the most basic desires of humans, and there was no way to suppress it. Once it broke out, it would be more terrible than a natural disaster. Outside the Uruk were Ramu, and humans could not go out to look for food. Only servants could do it, but there was no way to get food for so many people with only a few servants. Therefore, the only way was to take the initiative to attack, and the main attacker was Wu Ming. Wu Ming talked to Gilgamesh last night about this matter, and Gilgamesh also agreed. In fact, whether we take the initiative to attack or wait for Tiamat to attack, our chances of winning are very low. Leonardo da Vinci's voice came from Gudazi's bracelet. After all, the opponent was the god of creation. So, whether we take the initiative to attack or passively defend, the probability of winning is almost the same. Although Roman's words were discouraged, it also meant that taking the initiative to attack was better than passively defending. Why didn't Tiamat take the initiative to attack? Gudazi was quite puzzled. That's because Mother is bound. Enkidu stood up. Bound? Matthew could not help but be stunned. And that's the binding that Tiamat put on herself. Wu Ming interrupted. What? Whether it was Gudazi, Matthew, or the others, they were more or less surprised by this. Why? Gudazi asked. She didn't understand why she would impose restrictions on herself. Because Mother has always loved humans and their children, that's why she added restrictions to herself. Enkidu, who had fused with Kingu, was well aware of this. Wu Ming had also asked Enkidu about this last night. At this moment, Gilgamesh, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly interrupted. Do you know that humans are evil? Humans are evil? Gudazi and Matthew looked at each other in confusion. The two goddesses, Quizzard and Ishtar, had a serious look in their eyes. It was obvious that the two of them knew that humans were evil. Humans are evil. Roman from Chaldea repeated silently. Humans are evil beasts of original sin. There are a total of 7 original sin beasts, and they are disasters that can destroy humans. Merlin also spoke. But in the end, it was still Roman who explained. Humans are evil refers to various disasters that threaten human history and destroy humans. They are born from human civilization and grow stronger with the development of human civilization. They will destroy the civilization from the inside of human society. They are like cancer cells. Furthermore, as long as human beings exist, this evil will not disappear. It will grow stronger with the development of human civilization. To put it simply, it was an existence that accompanied humans. Because of the disasters caused by the bestial nature of humans, humans are also called beasts. Tiamat is the second beast that holds the principle of return, beast 2. Merlin finished Roman's sentence, then looked at Wu Ming and signaled for Wu Ming to continue. With a helpless smile, Wu Ming spoke. The essence of human evil is human love. It is precisely because of this that Tiamat, who loves her lover and her children, will become one of the human evils. Gudazi and Matthew suddenly understood. After that, Wu Ming inexplicably thought of the human final trial he encountered in the box garden world. Moreover, human evil is not the evil that destroys humans, but the evil that destroys humans. That is, the existence that humans need to overcome. Only by overcoming it can humans continue to develop. Therefore, in a sense, it is not wrong to call it the human final trial. After all, human evil is a disaster for humans, and it is not wrong to call it the human final trial. The existence that needs to be overcome, human final trial, Matthew and Gudazi, who were present as humans, muttered silently. Seeing Gudazi and Matthew in deep thought, Wu Ming walked in front of the two, stretched out his hand, and gave them a knock on the head. It hurts. Senior Villo. Gudazi covered her head with tears and looked at Wu Ming. Matthew performed better than Gudazi. He did not cry out in pain, but she also covered her head. Although it is said that the human final trial needs humans to overcome it, it is just a formality. It is not necessary for humans to overcome it. For the self-destruction mechanism of humans such as the 7 human evils, the suppression force has already prepared a corresponding safety device, which is the 7 crown servants. The shaped moon world is different from the box garden world. In the box garden world, the human final trial is a special existence. To defeat, kill, or even overcome the other party requires special conditions. The most critical condition is that you must have the identity of a human. The human final trial in the shaped moon world is just a title that Wu Ming casually said. It has no special power, so humans do not need to overcome it personally. Seeing the doubts on their faces, Wu Ming directly gave an example. The first Hassan you have seen is the crown assassin. These words directly made Gudazi and Matthew almost fall to the ground. They knew that the first Hassan was very strong, but they didn't expect the other party to have such an identity. In other words, the reason why the first Hassan helped us is because of the appearance of one of the human evils. However, no one answered Gudazi's question. Because the people present were very clear that Tiamat had undergone a qualitative change. She was no longer a simple human evil. Even the first Hassan couldn't even get close to Tiamat. All of this was attributed to the root black mud, and it was precisely because of this that Wu Ming took all the burden on himself. Emotionally, only Wu Ming could deal with Tiamat, who was infected with the root black mud. Others were easily eroded by the black mud and assimilated. Reasonably, the root black mud and Wu Ming had a great relationship. The reason why Tiamat was infected with the root black mud may have an indirect relationship with Wu Ming. Therefore, Wu Ming had to take on this burden. In short, my trump card can deal with Tiamat. You just need to be responsible for covering me. Chapter 10:15. Wu Ming said as he stretched out his hands and rubbed Gudazi and Matthew's little heads. In fact, Wu Ming didn't mention one thing. He was worried that Tiamat had other means. Therefore, Wu Ming chose to let himself, the only one who was not afraid of the black root soil, face Tiamat, so as not to let other people have an accident. After being attached by the black root soil, in addition to being hostile to Wu Ming, their own abilities would also be changed or enhanced. That is, the enemy who was already very powerful would become even stronger. As the god of creation, Tiamat was already very strong, and with the blessing of the black root soil, she would definitely become stronger, and maybe she would have some new tricks. The best way was to let some people stay in the Uruk. Wu Ming had already talked to Gilgamesh about this issue last night. Therefore, Gilgamesh directly ordered, "Now, let's discuss the problem of grouping. After that, let's face the god of creation and launch the final attack." The humans in the Uruk were still doing their duty, and even most of the soldiers were arranged by Gilgamesh to do something within their ability. Only some soldiers were still guarding the 360-degree city wall surrounding the Uruk, and their task was only to be stationed on the city wall to monitor the movements of the Ramu army outside. After all, ordinary human soldiers were not useful at all in this counterattack strategy. Although it was cruel to say that, human soldiers couldn't do anything in the face of the Ramu army except to die and increase the combat power of the Ramu army. On the city wall in the southwest corner of the Uruk, Gilgamesh, Gudazi, Matthew, the followers, and several Quizzard's pterosaurs gathered together. However, everyone was clearly divided into 2 teams and stood in front of Gilgamesh. Quizzard, Ishtar, Gudazi, Matthew, Merlin, Nuakamaru, and Musasp Benkei were responsible for covering Wu Ming. Enkidu, Fen Barber, Leonidas I, Anna, and Leopard Man were responsible for guarding the Uruk with Gilgamesh. Quizzard and Ishtar were very powerful goddesses, so naturally, they wouldn't choose to stay behind. Although Nuakamaru was a general-like figure, his class was Rider, and his mobility wasn't low, he was more suitable for taking the initiative to attack. After Musasp Benkei overcame his fear, he had to follow Nuwakamaru no matter when and where, unless he died. Nuwakamaru had to admit that this made her feel very helpless. Although she was very pleased that Sea Lord Chang Lu had become so brave, there was no need for him to become so excessive, it was almost becoming an obsession. Therefore, Nuwakamaru and Musasp Benkei were assigned to the attack team, and Leonidas I was forced to stay behind because of his strong defensive ability. Enkidu and Fen Barber were instructed by Wu Ming to stay behind, and Anna also stayed behind because of Wu Ming's concern. After all, Anna still needed to protect the Holy Grail where Sakura Madu was. As for the Leopard Man, he was instructed by Quizzard to stay behind. According to Quizzard's words, don't underestimate the Leopard Man. However, anyone could tell that this wasn't the real reason. In short, Wu Ming was relieved to have a good defensive team guarding the Yurak. Moreover, there was also Zhuge Kongming, who hadn't shown his face since returning to the Yurak. Wu Ming believed that even if there was an accident, the Yurak would be safe with the presence of staying behind. As for why Merlin joined the attack team, it was entirely because he was coerced by Wu Ming. With Gilgamesh and Zhuge Kongming, there was no need for Merlin to stay behind at all. In addition, Merlin had been pretending to be weak, so Wu Ming, who was a little unhappy, made this decision. Finally, it was Gudazi and Matthew. Gudazi and Matthew could stay in the Yurak. There was no need for them to go out and take risks. Although Gudazi and Matthew's decision was strongly opposed by the two at first, after listening to Gudazi's reason, the way everyone looked at Gudazi changed. Human evil needs to be overcome by humans. I won't and don't want to escape. Even if the main attacker was Wu Ming, Gudazi believed that as the only master of mankind and one of the last remaining humans, she had to bear witness to all this. It didn't matter even if the end was really death. Wu Ming was very sure that Gudazi was touched by his previous words. Although he was worried about Gudazi's safety, Wu Ming also felt gratified for Gudazi at the same time. It was the kind of gratification that one would feel when seeing their younger sister grow up. And not only Wu Ming, but the others were also touched by this. If Quizzard and Ishtar still regarded Gudazi as an immature little girl before, now, they have regarded Gudazi as a real qualified master. Matthew was affected by Gudazi's strong inner feelings and supported Gudazi's idea. Moreover, as Gudazi's follower, Matthew had no reason to let his master go to the front line alone. Therefore, Matthew would also follow Quizzard and others to cover Wu Ming. For the decision of the two, Gilgamesh also praised Gudazi and Matthew, saying that there really are people in the future who didn't let this king down. At this moment, Gilgamesh faced the people who were divided into two teams and repeated the content of the plan. The defense team will stay with this king in Uruk to prevent accidents or provide support. The attack team needs to take Quizzard's pterosaur to the Persian Gulf, and then fully cover Hyun Ryong to release his trump card to eliminate Tiamat. Of course, your own safety is the prerequisite, that's all. Is there a problem? No. Although only Gudazi and Matthew answered, in fact, Gilgamesh was talking to Gudazi and Matthew. After all, everyone else was a servant. To put it bluntly, the servant's body was not the servant's body. If they died, they would die, and there would be no image. But if Gudazi and Matthew, as human beings, had an accident, there would be no room for recovery. Then, Roman's voice came from Gudazi's bracelet. According to the detection, the number of Ramu on the land has exceeded 300 million, and it is still increasing. The speed of the increase of Ramu is also rising rapidly. Roman and Leonardo da Vinci in Chaldea looked at the number of Ramu on the screen that was still increasing, and they couldn't help but frown. Although this was bad news, there was also good news at the same time. However, these Ramu can only move on the ground. There are no aerial units yet. After all, there was already the winged mermaid Karuru that could fly in the sky, so Roman also paid attention to it. But there is no guarantee that there will not be any enemy flying units, so when you get close to Tiamat, you must be very careful. Don't relax your vigilance against the Ramu just because they can fly. Leonardo da Vinci also warned. Of course, he was still talking to Gudazi and Matthew. Yes, We understand, Leonardo da Vinci. Gudazi nodded seriously. Finally, as the Uruk king, Gilgamesh issued the final order. So, let's go, everyone. This king is looking forward to your triumphant return. Chapter 10:16. The three Quetzalcoatlus carried Gudazi, Matthew, Nuakamaru, Musast Benkei, and Merlin respectively. Quizzard rode on her exclusive Quetzalcoatlus and flew into the sky with the five of them. Ishtar and Wu-Ming both had their own means of flight, so they didn't need Quizzard's Quetzalcoatlus. Under the gaze of the few people stationed in Uruk led by Gilgamesh, the four Quetzalcoatlus, Tianju, and a figure who flew into the sky without catching any tools left one after another. Thus, the plan to counterattack Tiamat officially began. In a place where no one could see, Gilgamesh's mouth moved slightly. The future of mankind, please. Because Ramu didn't have the ability to fly, and Kururu was close to extinction, the attack team didn't encounter any obstacles in the sky. They soon arrived at the original Persian Gulf coastline. The reason why it was called the original Persian Gulf coastline was because this place had long been submerged by the sea of black mud. And the sky had long been covered by dark clouds, and no trace of sunlight could be seen. Roman, who had repeatedly confirmed the location through the electronic map in Chaldea, spoke with great certainty from Gudazi's bracelet. It's here. Looking at her bracelet, Gudazi nodded, then looked at Wu-Ming, who was flying beside her. From here on out, we must be vigilant. After all, the real sea was in front of them, and the depth was different from the submerged land. There was no guarantee that there would be something hidden. In that case, let's fly higher first. After Quizzard finished speaking, the four Quetzalcoatlus all flew higher. Gudazi was wearing a special magic dress made by Leonardo da Vinci. Even if they flew higher, it wouldn't affect Gudazi's breathing. Ishtar also increased his altitude. On the other hand, Wu-Ming did not increase his altitude. In fact, he even lowered his altitude. That's right, he did this to cover everyone, which was the so-called bait. Danger was often called danger because it was often hidden in the dark. If the hidden danger could be brought to the light, then Gudazi and the others would be much safer. Naturally, Wu-Ming, who was the strongest, would take the risk. And Wu-Ming didn't believe that there was no danger in the sea of black mud. Sure enough, a mouthful of black mud suddenly jumped out of the black mud and bit at Wu-Ming. It wasn't exactly a bite because this bloody mouth could swallow Wu-Ming in one bite. The assassin. Gudazi, who was high in the sky, couldn't help but shout. She didn't see Wu-Ming escape from this giant mouth. Could Wu-Ming have been eaten? The answer was, of course, no. Senior, look over there. Senior Villo is there. Matthew touched Gudazi and pointed to the sky in the distance. Wu-Ming's figure was floating there steadily, and beside Wu-Ming was a dark purple portal. So Assassin managed to escape. I almost forgot about that ability of his. Gudazi was relieved and took a deep breath. But what is this thing? Gudazi was naturally talking about the big mouth of the muddy basin below. That's the mouth of a magical beast, Ishtar, who was holding Anna on her horse, said quietly as she flew to Gudazi and Matthew's side. The mouth of a magical beast. This frightened the two girls. The mouth below was so big that it could eat 4 or 5 people in one bite. How big was the body of such a magical beast? Gudazi and Matthew weren't the only ones who wanted to see the true face of this magical beast. Others also wanted to know, including Wu-Ming. He wanted to see what the true face of this magical beast that he couldn't detect with his mental strength was. At that moment, Wu-Ming waved his hand, and a book full of ancient meanings suddenly appeared in Wu-Ming's hand. This was a nameless spellbook. Every page represented a magic spell, and the further down the page, the higher the level of the magical beast, and the more powerful the spell was. The book moved without wind, and the pages were flipped. Finally, it stopped on a page. This page represented a supreme spell, and it was the kind that didn't require the skill to be shaken and could be used directly. Then, Wu-Ming tore off this page and threw it into the portal beside him that hadn't closed yet. Wu-Ming snapped his fingers, and the portal closed immediately. However, in the next second, the huge closed mouth suddenly expanded, then suddenly contracted, and then expanded again. The huge mouth opened towards the sky, and the blue and white light of destruction shot straight into the sky. With the huge mouth as the center, the sea of black mud also shook violently. The light of destruction brushed past the feathered serpent that Gudazi and Matthew were riding, and it gave Gudazi, Matthew, and the winged serpent a fright. Fufu. Fufu suddenly jumped out of Matthew's shield and howled a few times at the huge mouth below. It seemed that he was also frightened. Fufu. Did you hide in the storage compartment of my shield again? Matthew's shield had been modified by Leonardo da Vinci. It could be used to store supplies or to store recycled holy grails, and Fufu had hidden in it more than once. Worried that Fufu would accidentally fall, Matthew hurriedly hugged Fufu in his arms. You should have stayed in Uruk, Fufu. However, it was useless to say anything at this moment. The key was the true face of the magical beast with the huge mouth. It was a huge dog. Or rather, it was the world of Warcraft Eulidium. Roar. Due to the influence of Wooming's supreme spell, a lot of the black mud on the huge mouth was shaken off, and because of the shaking, the body under the huge mouth was also exposed. It was a huge red-haired dog on all fours, and there was even a lot of black mud on its red hair. The world of Warcraft Eulidium. Gudazi couldn't believe it. This was a magical beast that was even bigger than the magical beast commander. At this moment, the winged serpent carrying Merlin approached, and Merlin's voice also reached Gudazi's ears. This is the real son that Tiamat gave birth to alone, one of the 11 sons of Tiamat, the world of Warcraft Eulidium. That's right, it was neither a mass-produced magical beast nor a so-called magical beast commander, but one of the 11 sons of Tiamat, the world of Warcraft Eulidium. I'm afraid that this Black Sea has already become Tiamat's nest. Roman's voice also came from the bracelet. And Tiamat has probably produced all the other magical beasts, Leonardo da Vinci said. As if confirming Leonardo da Vinci's words, Eulidium howled. A woo. Accompanied by this wolf-like howl, huge figures emerged from the sea of black mud one after another. Chapter 10:17. One after another, huge figures emerged from the sea of black mud. Black mud fell from their bodies bit by bit, revealing their figures. Eulidim, who had the appearance of a wolf dog, the venomous snake Bashmu, the huge sun lion Yugal, the three-horned lion dragon Yugal, the seven-headed snake Muxiumafu, the demonic bull Kuthalaku, who had abandoned the appearance of a human bull and appeared on all fours, Kitabliru, who had also abandoned the appearance of a scorpion and turned into a giant scorpion, Mashuxiu, who had 4 legs, the angry snake Karuru, who had abandoned the appearance of a mermaid and turned into a giant fish. Beast, Darbrutu, who had obtained the appearance of a shark and was known as the Tempest, and Tiamat's last son, the Chaos Mudman with the same name and identity as the father of gods Ramu. These were the 11 sons of Tiamat. At the same time, they were also the existences that prevented Wooming from getting close to Tiamat. Gudazi and the others had to protect Wooming from the danger he had to face. Trouble. Even Wooming did not expect that the 11 sons of Tiamat would all appear. However, this was probably the power of the black mud that sped up the birth of Tiamat's new 11 sons. The reason why it was called the new 11 sons was because the 11 sons had died long ago. Moreover, these 11 magical beasts were more or less different from the ones recorded in the historical myths. At this moment, the bodies of the magical beasts were basically extremely huge, and the humanoid magical beasts had all turned into their beast forms. The formless Darbrutu had also turned into a giant shark. Obviously, this was a temporary change made by Tiamat. After all, this was the only way they were real magical beasts. However, Wooming was more concerned about the Ramu. It wasn't much different from the other Ramu in Mesopotamia. At the very least, it wasn't as large as the other Ramu. It was about the same size as the other Ramu, but it was also different from the other mass-produced Ramu. This Ramu's body was not as weak as other mass-produced Ramu. On the contrary, this Ramu's body was abnormally strong. It was even more fit than a bodybuilder. Wooming was sure that this guy was not just for show, but for real. In addition, this Ramu also had a pair of large wings on its back, but they were curled up, so it was hard to tell how big they were. In short, among the 11 magical beasts, Wu Ming felt that this Ramu was the strongest. WMBFLL, YBFDFZXXDMQCSDJH, YBFQWLK, CDXMRL, the Ramu said something to the other magical beasts, and the 11 magical beasts immediately divided into 2 groups. 5 magical beasts advanced towards the Uruk. Wu Ming, who could understand the Ramu's words, understood the other party's meaning. They wanted to split into 2 groups. One group would go to the Uruk to completely destroy the humans, and the other group would stay to deal with them. It seemed that these 11 magical beasts had not been lurking for a long time. They were probably just born not long ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until Wu Ming and the others attacked the Uruk before going to the Uruk. After all, if 11 of them attacked the Uruk together, the Uruk's light film would most likely not be able to stop them. Fortunately, Wu Ming had the foresight to let Enkidu, Fen Barber, and the others stay in the Uruk. Although it was not foolproof, it was enough. These 11 magical beasts were extremely powerful. Wu Ming even had the idea that if they fought alone, Quizzard and Ishtar might not necessarily be the opponents of these magical beasts. However, their goal was not to kill these 11 magical beasts. As long as they delayed these magical beasts and let Wu Ming deal with Tiamat during this time, everything would be over. However, these magical beasts seemed to be quite smart. After the 5 magical beasts left for the Uruk, the remaining 6 magical beasts all rushed towards Wu Ming. Only Wu Ming had the ability to threaten Tiamat, which the magical beasts knew very well. However, Wu Ming appeared next to Gudazi with a teleportation portal, causing the 6 magical beasts to miss their target. "Assassin, what should we do now?" Gudazi was a little anxious at this moment. However, there was no other way because Roman had been relaying information about the enemy. Each of these 11 magical beasts has magical power comparable to or even surpassing the Holy Grail. Their strength has even reached the level of the King of Gods. Even Quizzard, the Quetzalcoatl, has a very low chance of winning against one of them. If the goddess Ishtar faces one of them, she is likely to be killed. "It's really over this time." Roman's anxious and panicked voice kept coming out of Gudazi's bracelet. "Are these magical beasts so powerful?" Matthew was also shocked. After all, she was still immature. She could only sense that these magical beasts were very dangerous, but she did not know how dangerous they were. Don't forget that even Ishtar's father is Tiamat's grandson. These magical beasts are Tiamat's sons. It's understandable that they have the power of the King of Gods. Wu Ming's words were not unreasonable. If Tiamat's magical beasts were weak, then they were not qualified to fight against the heavenly gods. After all, they would be killed directly by the heavenly gods. Being able to fight against the heavenly gods meant that the 11 sons of Tiamat were very powerful. It could only be said that the previous magical beast commanders were the weaker versions of these 11 magical beasts, and the mass-produced magical beasts were the extremely weak versions of these 11 magical beasts. These 11 magical beasts were the 11 sons of Tiamat. No, it should be strengthened by the black mud. Otherwise, Tiamat would not have given birth to these the 11 sons so quickly, and these the 11 sons would not have such powerful strength. It could be said that if these 11 magical beasts replaced the original the 11 sons, the scales of victory might have tilted towards Tiamat's side. Therefore, these magical beasts must have been strengthened by the black mud. "Assassin, go directly to Tiamat. We'll hold these magical beasts back." Gudazi made a prompt decision and issued an order. However, as a master, Gudazi was still too inexperienced. However, Wu Ming shook his head. "It's impossible for you to beat these guys. You won't even be able to drag it out for long. Not to mention anything else, Gudazi's combat power was 0. Even if Matthew was included, excluding Wu Ming, there were only 5 of them, and there were 6 magical beasts here. Roman's words just now were very clear. Quizzard's chances of winning were very low, and Ishtar might even be killed directly. There was one more thing that Roman didn't mention. Even Merlin could only rely on illusion to survive. It was difficult to win in a 1-on-1 situation, let alone a 5-on-6 situation. What's more, there was another extremely frustrating thing. 5 against 6 was just a hypothesis, because Matthew, Nuakamaru, and Musasp Benkei were useless at this moment. Therefore, the real situation was actually 2 against 6. Chapter 10:18. Then what do we do now? Everyone turned their attention to Wu Ming, including Merlin. Wu Ming looked at the 6 magical beasts that were charging at them again, thought for a moment, and then said something that made everyone dumbfounded. I'll hold off these 6 magical beasts, you guys go snipe Tiamat. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes widened. Wait a minute, you're going to deal with 6 magical beasts? Gudazi said worriedly. The strength of these magical beasts was obvious to all. This was no joke. I'm afraid we can't kill Tiamat. This sentence came from Merlin. The 6 magical beasts only attacked Wu Ming and ignored the others. This meant that only Wu Ming had the ability to threaten Tiamat. If they couldn't even defeat these magical beasts, how could they deal with Tiamat? There was another point that others didn't know, but Merlin knew very well. First, Hassan couldn't even get close to Tiamat now, let alone them. Without the strength, they probably couldn't even get close. How could they fight? However, Wu Ming's words changed. That's why I asked you guys to snipe. That's right, Wu Ming didn't think that they could get close to Tiamat, but they didn't need to, they could just snipe from afar. Immediately, everyone turned their attention to Ishtar. Ishtar was stunned at first, then held her head and looked like she was about to break down. Wait a minute, I can't even defeat these magical beasts, how can I deal with Tiamat? Ishtar's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked like she was going to die. This was a good reason, but, don't you still have Gugalana? Wu Ming spread his hands, and suddenly looked like he didn't care. Suddenly, Ishtar's body froze. However, Gudazi and Matthew looked happy. Right, I almost forgot that Miss Ishtar has the Ball of Heaven. Ishtar, it's up to you now. The two of them cheered Ishtar on. If it doesn't work, we'll just use Gugalan to escape and switch places with me. Without waiting for Ishtar's response, Wu Ming turned around and flew downwards. Because the 6 magical beasts had already arrived. Good luck, Mistress of the Heavens, Ishtar. I have high hopes for you. After Wu Ming said some words of encouragement, he directly started fighting with the 6 magical beasts. There's no time to lose. Let's go over first. At that moment, Quizzard also seized the opportunity created by Wu Ming and commanded the pterosaurs to fly towards Tiamat. Wait a minute. Ishtar's sorrowful cries served as a prelude to the battle between Wu Ming and the 6 magical beasts. On the Uruk side, Gilgamesh had already returned to the top of the divine tower. He did not do anything and just closed his eyes and waited quietly. Enkidu and Fenbaba were playing by the side, while Leonida's eye, Anna, and the leopard man stayed on the southwest wall of the Uruk. At some point, Gilgamesh's aura changed, and then Enkidu spoke. Gil, what are you worried about? However, Gilgamesh, who opened his eyes, shook his head. It's just a bunch of random thoughts. In response, Enkidu smiled mysteriously. In that case, Enkidu decided to change the topic. Sir Hyun Ryong will definitely succeed. We just need to protect the Uruk, or rather, protect you, the king of humans in this era. It's about time. Gilgamesh, who was leaning against the throne, rested his face on his arm and glanced toward the southwest. Boom! The sound of a boulder hitting the ground echoed in the sky, and the entire Uruk was shaken. Looks like it's here. Enkidu stopped smiling and hugged Fenbaba. That's right, both Enkidu and Gilgamesh knew that the Uruk would definitely be attacked. Enkidu's judgment came from following Wu Ming, while Gilgamesh's judgment was purely clairvoyant. Let's go, Enkidu. This king wants to see how those beasts attack this king's Uruk. Gilgamesh said, standing up with the help of the handrail and walking down the steps. In response, Enkidu smiled helplessly. I told you to stay on the city wall, and now you want to go over. Idiot, how can this king stay on the front line all the time? Although Gilgamesh said so, as his only friend, Enkidu knew that Gilgamesh needed to rest after coming back. Gilgamesh just took a nap, and the reason why Enkidu took the initiative to speak was because he sensed that Gilgamesh was awake. As Gilgamesh's only friend, Enkidu could sense Gilgamesh's condition even through his aura. Okay, let's go. Enkidu, who also understood that Gilgamesh was at Sunda, stopped discussing this topic and followed Gilgamesh with Fen Baba in his arms. Outside the southwest city wall of the Uruk, near Nabistin's Fang, 5 huge monsters were constantly destroying Nabistin's Fang, trying to let the sea of black mud flow through. Nabistin's Fang was not strong enough to withstand the attacks of these 5 monsters. Just the collision of their bodies was enough to destroy Nabistin's Fang. The sea of black mud began to move toward the Uruk, and some fragments of Nabistin's Fang that were scattered on the sea of black mud were picked up by one of the monsters. This was a huge bull with a pair of fierce horns. It was Kuthalik, one of the 11 sons of Tiamat. Obviously, even if Kuthalik transformed from his human form to his beast form, he was still the strongest among the 11 sons. No, it should be said that he was stronger in his beast form. He was holding a sharp fragment of Nabistin's Fang, and he suddenly threw his head toward the Uruk sky. Whoosh! The fragment rushed toward the Uruk at high speed like a bullet. When the fragment reached the highest point, it began to fall in an arc, and then directly entered the light film of the Uruk. It fell heavily in an open space, smashing a big hole. In the middle of the street not far away, there was also a big hole, and in the hole was another fragment of Nabistin's Fang. Obviously, these 2 fragments had entered the Uruk through the same method. But fortunately, these 2 fragments happened to fall in an open space or even on the street, so there were no casualties. As for the humans in the Uruk, under the guidance of the soldiers, they were constantly retreating toward the central tower. A beautiful woman wearing a veil was saying something loudly. "Hurry up, everyone, we'll be safe once we enter the tower." This was Sidui, and she was also giving orders. The underground of the tower had space for thousands of people to temporarily take refuge. Although it was a little difficult to let everyone in the Uruk take refuge in it, the other rooms on the ground of the tower could also be used for refuge. As the central building of the Uruk, the tower was naturally strong. As long as they didn't hide on a floor that was too high, even if the fragment of Nabistin's Fang fell, it wouldn't cause any harm to the people hiding in it. At the thought that the people would soon be safe, Sidui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a sound of something breaking through the air came from above Sidui's head. Sidui couldn't help but look up. It was another fragment of Nabistin's Fang. And the landing site was where she was. Chapter 10:19. However, before the fragment landed, a purple figure leaped towards the fragment. With a flash of a blade, the fragment turned into fragments and fell to the ground. "Are you all right?" Anna's figure landed in front of Sidui. Her scythe indicated that it was Anna who saved Sidui. "I'm fine, Miss Anna. Thank you so much." Sidui bowed to Anna to express her gratitude. "Let's leave quickly. The Uruk is in danger now." Anna blushed and turned her head away. She couldn't help but put on her hood. Yes, Miss Anna should be careful too. However, Sidui didn't retreat in the direction of the tower. Instead, she ran towards the crowd. She needed to guide the crowd. This was not only her duty as a witch chief, but also her duty as a human to help her fellow humans. Seeing that Sidui was covering some of the frightened crowd while leaving, Anna took off her hood. "That's why I hate humans the most." However, Anna's heart was the complete opposite of what she said. However, she didn't have time to sigh. A few more fragments fell from the sky. Anna jumped up again and prepared to use her undying slaughter blade, Hepper, to cut these fragments into pieces one by one. However, these were still fragments of Nabistin's Fang. It was difficult for Anna to cut them into pieces. However, if she didn't cut them into pieces, the fragments would destroy the surroundings and affect the people who hadn't retreated in time. Not good. Finally, something unexpected happened. A smaller fragment followed behind a larger one. Anna didn't notice it because she wasn't paying attention. Anna, who thought that she had cut the last fragment of Nabistin's fang, was gradually falling to the ground. At this moment, a tiger's roar echoed through the sky. Roar. Catcher, bang. Finally, the last piece of debris was completely shattered. Along with Anna, a yellow leopard fell to the ground. Although she made a tiger's roar, as expected, we still have to rely on the warriors of the forest. The great leopard man. Roar. Anna looked at the leopard man in disdain. She didn't say anything. After all, it was a fact that he helped her. Anna turned to look at the sky. It was definitely not a coincidence that the two fragments had overlapped. Anna was very sure of this. Then, there was only one explanation. The enemy's intelligence isn't lower than humans. As expected of Tiamat's magical beast, Gilgamesh said as he walked over with Enkidu, who was holding Fen Baba. He and Enki both saw what happened just now, and he also saw that it was the doing of those 5 magic beasts. Because it's a pure physical attack, the light barrier didn't have any effect. It seems like the opponent is very clear about the defensive means of the light barrier. Gilgamesh couldn't help but frown. It wasn't scary that the enemy was strong. What was scary was that the enemy was strong and smart. At this moment, the 5 magical beasts outside were such enemies. The magical beasts this time are fundamentally different from the previous ones. Let's go. Follow this king to the city wall to take a look. As for the fragments falling from the sky, Gilgamesh had already activated a few divine power seals, Dinja, which were enough to destroy the fragments of Nabistin's fang. Although the civilians and soldiers had entered the holy tower to take refuge, Gilgamesh could easily activate a few divine power seals, Dinja, by himself. He didn't need any soldiers. Plus, now that all the humans were gathered in the holy tower, even if 1 or 2 fragments fell, it wouldn't be a big deal. The only thing left was to take care of the 5 magical beasts that kept throwing fragments of Nabistin's fang at the Uruk. Because the journey wasn't far, Gilgamesh and the others soon arrived at the city wall. The magical beasts probably realized that throwing fragments of Nabistin's fang was no longer effective. Plus, they had basically used up all the fragments of Nabistin's fang. Hence, the magical beasts completely gave up on the idea. However, more importantly, because of the damage to Nabistin's fang, the sea of black mud had arrived in front of the Uruk. Although the light membrane protecting the Uruk was Wu Ming's noble artifact, the sea of black mud was created by Tiamat's authority. Even Gilgamesh doubted that the light membrane enveloping the Uruk could stop the sea of black mud. However, Gilgamesh believed that even if it couldn't stop it, it could still stop it for a while. As long as Wu Ming killed Tiamat in a while, everything would be fine. Sure enough, when the sea of black mud came into contact with the light membrane, the two seemed to have a chemical reaction. The light membrane sizzled and flashed like an alarm. Although the sea of black mud didn't enter the Uruk, it seemed that the light membrane wouldn't last long. However, at this moment, Gilgamesh and Enkidu suddenly sensed something and looked at somewhere in the sky in disbelief. There, a petite figure with a strong divinity suddenly appeared. Earth wave. Accompanied by a delicate but firm voice, the ground around the Uruk suddenly changed. The soil outside the Uruk became active like an ocean. It directly cut off the sea of black mud from the ground and formed a trapezoidal dam, blocking the sea of black mud outside. The sea of black mud that was cut off between the Uruk and the dam was transported by the soil and thrown back. This divinity. Gilgamesh showed an interesting expression. It's Lord Hunryong's, Enkidu said. However, compared to Gilgamesh, Enkidu was more familiar with the person who used this power. The petite figure in the sky was Wu Ming's younger sister, Shuotsuki Mayu. On Wu Ming's side, Wu Ming, who didn't know about Mayo's arrival, was contending with the 6 magic beasts while covering for Gudazi and the others as they left. Looking in the direction in which Gudazi and the others left, Wu Ming could no longer see them. Only then did he look at the 6 magic beasts seriously. The magic beasts left behind to deal with Wu Ming were not simple. Kitabliru, Karuru, Umdabrutu, Basumu Ujul, and Ramu. The first 5 magic beasts were among the strongest among the 11 magic beasts. However, Ramu caught Wu Ming's attention more. Apart from other reasons, The existence that was like a strengthened version of Ramu was like the center of the magic beasts. How could Wu Ming not pay attention to it? Moreover, when Gudazi and the others left, Ramu just waved its hand lightly. Hundreds of winged Ramu flew out from the sea of black mud below and flew in the direction that Gudazi and the others left. This guy actually had magic beasts that could fly. How could Wu Ming not be shocked? Chapter 10:20. It seemed that even if Wu Ming stayed behind, the other party still wouldn't allow anyone to get close to Tiamat. But fortunately, it was only some winged Ramu that dealt with Gudazi and the others, and not the 11 magical beasts. Although those mass-produced Ramu weren't weak, they were still too weak compared to the 11 magical beasts, so Wu Ming believed that Gudazi and the others would be fine. There were two reasons why Wu Ming let Gudazi and the others deal with Tiamat. First of all, Gudazi and the others definitely wouldn't be able to kill Tiamat. And Wu Ming instructed Ishtar to attack from a distance only to give Gudazi and the others a way out. After all, it would be easier for them to escape by pulling the distance. And why did Wu Ming let Gudazi and the others go even though he knew that they couldn't kill Tiamat? The second reason was that Wu Ming wanted to take advantage of this time to kill these 6 magical beasts. So no matter what, Wu Ming had to speed up during the time when Gudazi and the others were away and try to kill these 6 magical beasts as quickly as possible. After all, it was impossible for them to defeat the magical beasts, and even the survival of Gudazi and the others was a problem. So these 6 magical beasts must all be eliminated by Wu Ming. Even if they couldn't kill all of them, they had to leave a number that Gudazi and the others could deal with before turning to deal with Tiamat. And next, Wu Ming had to use the power of God to deal with this group of children of the Creator. And the first to bear the brunt was Ramu. Fear the one with wings. Evil people and powerful people, all fear me with wings. My wings will bring you curses. Evil people can't hit me. As the words were chanted, Wu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. However, in the next second, Wu Ming's figure appeared in front of Ramu, who was standing among the other magical beasts. And Wu Ming had already stretched out his right hand and grabbed Ramu's head. The speed brought by the Phoenix incarnation wasn't something that magical beasts could react to. After all, the Phoenix incarnation was related to time, so how could it let the other party react? In an instant, Wu Ming came into contact with seraphic speed and chanted another word. I am the strongest, and I hold all the victory in my hands. No matter if it's a human or a demon, I will defeat any enemy who is in my way. Pucci. Like crushing a watermelon, Lakmu's head, which Wu Ming was grabbing, was crushed by Wu Ming's arm, which was filled with the power of a giant. Purple blood splattered everywhere, but not a single drop landed on Wu Ming's body. Wu Ming had already set up a telekinesis wall in front of him. Roar. Roar. Roar roar roar. Roar roar. Ramu's sudden death scared the other magical beasts. In their senses, Wu Ming disappeared in an instant, Ramu's head exploded, and Wu Ming appeared among the 5 magical beasts. Giant with unparalleled divine power, please help me, with the words, a giant golden arm attached to Wu Ming's left hand. Then Wu Ming suddenly turned around and waved the giant golden arm around, and the 5 magical beasts were suddenly thrown out. Looking at the 5 magical beasts standing on the sea of black mud and surrounding Wu Ming turned off the giant incarnation, and the golden arm on his left hand disappeared. Thou hast violated the contract and brought evil to the world. Lord's Day, sinners will be punished. Then, holding Ramu's headless body, Wu Ming began to chant again. Crush its back, dig out its tendons, bones, hair, and brain, and trample on its blood and mud. If I am the one who cannot get close to the darkness, I will follow the words of the Lord and destroy thee. Suddenly, something like a black hole appeared on Ramu's headless body. In an instant, the body was sucked into the black hole and disappeared. Then, as if quite tired, Wu Ming shook his right hand. It must be said that Ramu's body was as tough as its appearance. It was far from being comparable to the mass-produced Ramu. Although Wu Ming easily crushed Ramu's head, it consumed a lot of Wu Ming's energy. Wu Ming's arm was also tired, otherwise, Wu Ming would not have changed his arm to attack the other 5 magical beasts. Wu Ming did not underestimate the 11 magical beasts. On the contrary, They were very important. After all, they came out of the sea of black mud. Using the phoenix incarnation that had never been used in front of magical beasts to get close to Ramu and catch it by surprise. Then, using the giant incarnation, coupled with a trace of the power of the source of the black mud, he successfully crushed Ramu's head. Finally, he used the annihilation incarnation to destroy Ramu's headless body. After all, a magical beast's vitality was very strong. However, Wu Ming could not guarantee that Ramu did not have any special abilities. Wu Ming was afraid that the headless Ramu could come back to life. These were enough to see Wu Ming's importance to Ramu, and Ramu died without playing any role. No, thinking about it carefully, it was still useful. The other 5 magical beasts knew about Wu Ming's methods. If Wu Ming wanted to use this method to kill other magical beasts, it would most likely not work. However, even so, it was worth it to kill Ramu, who gave Wu Ming a sense of importance. Rubbing his right wrist, Wu Ming looked at Baxiumu. Baxiumu was his next target. After all, Wu Ming had 12 incarnations. When Wu Ming killed a magical beast, Gudazi's side did not have any accidents as Wu Ming expected. Although the mass-produced Ramu was powerful, and the mass-produced Ramu with wings was even more powerful, they were still not as good as the 11 magical beasts. Probably because Quizzed and Ishtar couldn't beat the 11 magical beasts, the two of them worked extra hard to deal with these mass-produced Ramu. Or it could be said that they were venting, die, 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 die. Ishtar frantically attacked the mass-produced Ramu with Anamar. With a face full of resentment, she kept muttering this sentence. Although she couldn't hit Ramu every time, as long as she hit Ramu, the opponent would be killed. This was enough to prove that Ishtar put a lot of magic into each attack. And Quizzed used the mass-produced Ramu as a stepping stone, constantly moving between the Ramu. And every time Quizzed moved, a Ramu would fall. These Ramu were directly killed by Quizzed's fatal wrestling skills. 2 goddesses, so scary. Gudazi and Matthew looked at Ishtar and Quizzed with some fear and gulped. Nuwakimaru and Musasp Benkei quietly stayed on the pterosaur's back. Because the 2 goddesses were venting, although they didn't have a chance to attack, they had some free time. Ahahaha, almost all the enemies have been wiped out. Merlin laughed. Sure enough, after Merlin finished speaking, Gudazi found that there was only 1 Ramu left. And it seemed to be dumbfounded, flying there motionlessly. But it didn't matter. Anyway, this Ramu had to face the 2 goddesses venting. When it finally reacted, it couldn't help but shudder. Then, a golden light flashed, and it fell into darkness. Chapter 10:21. The last Ramu died after being attacked by the 2 goddesses. Ishtar, who couldn't find a target, stopped shooting, and Quizzed, who also couldn't find a target, returned to the back of her pterosaur. At this moment, everyone flew side by side. I'm in a good mood tilde, that's right tilde. The 2 goddesses smiled like goddesses. Gudazi and Matthew couldn't connect the 2 goddesses at this moment with the previous 2. Gudazi simply changed the topic. I don't know how Assassin is doing. While talking, Gudazi showed a trace of worry. After all, the 6 magical beasts were difficult to deal with for Ishtar and Quizzed, so it was natural for Gudazi to be worried. Senpai, I believe that Senpai Villo will be fine. After all, he has always been very reliable. Matthew clenched his small fist and nodded to Gudazi. In this regard, Ishtar also agreed. Matthew is right. That guy won't do anything that he isn't sure of. Since he chose to deal with the 6 magical beasts, he must have his reasons. Since Ishtar said so, I think Hyun Ryong will be fine. But I didn't expect you to have so much confidence in Hyun Ryong tilde then, Quizzed also interjected, but her tone was quite mocking. Tilde, I don't have confidence in him. But, if Hyun Ryong can be defeated so easily, I won't be unable to defeat him for so long in the past. Ishtar crossed her arms and looked proud. Everyone, now is not the time to quarrel. Nuwakimaru said something, but her face was a little ugly. Similarly, Musasp Benkei, who was still silent, also looked a little ugly. We probably have a problem. At this time, Merlin, who was on the back of the pterosaur next to Gudazi, suddenly pointed to the front. His expression was a little ugly. There was no other reason than the place Merlin had pointed to. Gudazi and others looked at the place where Merlin pointed. It was dark. The clouds in the sky gradually turned into dark clouds, and the sky gradually turned scarlet. Under the alternating black and red sky, the Indian Ocean connected to the Persian Gulf was dark. No, it wasn't the Indian Ocean, it was the black mud. The black mud connected the sky and the sea, not metaphorically, but a real connection. In front of everyone, from the surface of the sea to the black clouds in the sky, it was as if a wall of black mud had formed. All they could see was black mud and nothing else. In a sense, the water and the sky was black. Because the surrounding environment had been turning dark, and Gudazi and others' attention was attracted by Ishtar and Quizzard, they didn't notice this scene. The black mud that formed the water and the sky was faintly creeping. Anyway, in Gudazi's opinion, it was quite disgusting. She now understood why Merlin frowned. After discovering this situation, Quizzard had already stopped the pterosaurs and even faintly retreated. Then, Roman's panicked voice came from Gudazi's bracelet. "Quizzard, retreat quickly." At that moment, Quizzard didn't care whether Roman's words were correct or not. She immediately waved her hand, and the pterosaurs made a sharp turn and flew backward. Gudazi, who didn't react for a moment, even fell on Matthew due to inertia. Sitting up again, Gudazi looked at her bracelet in confusion. "Doctor, what's wrong?" "That's right, they only saw the black mud that was the same color as the sky, and there was still some distance between them. Why were they in such a hurry to leave? It was as if the danger was already near them." "I don't know what you saw. Chaldea can't receive the image since you went deep into the Indian Ocean, but fortunately, the instrument is still working as usual." Roman, who was in Chaldea, wiped the sweat on his forehead that appeared out of nowhere and answered Gudazi word by word. "The instrument detected that there was a huge amount of magic everywhere around you just now. No, to be precise, you are in a space full of huge magic, and your surroundings are still like this. To make an analogy, you can imagine that you are in the Holy Grail tilde." Although the tone was also very serious, even at a critical moment, Leonardo da Vinci still didn't forget to joke. Roman and Leonardo da Vinci's words made everyone recover from the shock, and then they were shocked again. What they realized was that the magic that was being emitted was probably the black mud around them. And the shock was easier to understand. "Look carefully, the distance around us seems to be dark." Ishtar frowned. The pterosaur had been flying behind them, but they didn't seem to have moved at all. If that's the case. Gudazi's eyes widened. In the end, Quizzard said a guess that was likely to be the truth. "Maybe we have entered a special space like what Leonardo da Vinci said." They were shocked because they seemed to be trapped. On the coast of the Persian Gulf, Wu Ming, holding the holy sword, stood on a huge red-haired monster that looked like a wolf or a dog burning with holy flames. The reddish-yellow flames and the color of the monster reflected on Wu Ming, who was standing on top, and looked particularly sacred. After confirming that the body under him was cold, Wu Ming raised his hand and waved. The sword of salvation released a ray of light and shone on the body. In an instant, the flame transformed by the sun suddenly burned. He was going to use the flame to burn the body of the demonic beast. Every time Wu Ming killed a demonic beast, he would use various means to destroy the body to prevent them from suddenly resurrecting. Then, Wu Ming could not help but look at the direction where Gudazi and the others left. It has been so long, why hasn't Ishtar activated her noble phantasm? There was still a connection between Ishtar and Wu Ming. Once Ishtar activated her noble phantasm, Wu Ming could easily feel it. Wu Ming, who felt that something was not right, was a little uneasy. It seems that there is no time to deal with the remaining 2 demonic beasts. That's right, Wu Ming did not kill the 6 demonic beasts. After Wu Ming killed Ramu, he successively killed Baxiumu, Umdabrutu, and Ulidim. Only Musumafu and Kururu were left. Kururu could fly, which meant that it was more agile than Baxiumu and the rest. Musumafu, on the other hand, was cunning and cherished his life. After Wu Ming killed Basumu, he hid in the sea of black mud. Even if he attacked Wu Ming, he would only feign an attack as a cover. After that, he would immediately dive into the depths of the sea of black mud, allowing Yumu Daburutu, Ulidim, and Karulu to take charge of the main attacks. After killing Dabrutu, the remaining two demonic beasts, Karuru and Ulidim, panicked. The body under Wuming that was about to burn out was Ulidim's. Chapter 1022. Wuming took advantage of the moment when Ulidim and Karuru were in a panic and captured Ulidim in one fell swoop. After fighting for a while, he directly used the Sun Incarnation as his trump card to kill Ulidim. But unfortunately, Karuru also took the opportunity to sneak into the Sea of Black Mud, and Musumafu no longer appeared after Wuming killed Dablutu. It was estimated that Musumafu had sneaked into a deeper place. At this moment, the Sea of Black Mud still had some influence on Wuming, so Wuming couldn't go deep into the Sea of Black Mud to find Musumafu and Karuru. In addition, Wuming noticed that something was wrong with Gudazi, so he decided to let the two monsters go for the time being. He was going to see what happened to Gudazi and Karuru first. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened to Wuming. The black-purple portal that was under his control suddenly opened automatically beside him. This made Wuming shocked and puzzled. Wuming learned this move from the game system when he transmigrated to another world. In other words, the portal was a unique move. Wuming also taught Demetrius the move system of Yggdrasil, but because Demetrius was a servant, Wuming couldn't be sure whether Demetrius had mastered the magic system of Yggdrasil. However, even if Demetrius had mastered it, she also promised Wuming that she wouldn't spread it out. So who opened the portal that appeared in front of Wuming? In the next second, Wuming got the answer. "Brother Wuming?" A delicate and excited voice came out from the portal, and then, a black-haired, white-robed figure rushed into Wuming's arms from the portal. Wuming instantly understood who came and hugged the person in his arms and rubbed her little head. The person who came was naturally Wuming's cute sister, Shuotsuki Mayu. "Mayu, why are you here?" Wuming was both puzzled and shocked. This was a singularity, and it was Mesopotamia in BC. Mayu couldn't have come here. As for whether it was true or not, when Mayu shouted "Brother Wuming," Wuming knew that the Mayu in his arms was not someone else. "It was Brother Wuming's power that brought me here." Mayo's cheeks were slightly red because of Wuming's touch, but she still enjoyed it, like a kitten. When Mayu said this, Wuming suddenly realized that he did give his power to Mayu. After Wuming got rid of Darius, the world of Mayu and Ilya was safe. After that, Wuming left that world and used the black mud to find Jisha. When he left, Wuming asked the young Gilgamesh to give Mayu the rank card with his power. It was a golden caster, magician, rank card. Although the crisis in Wuming's world had been solved by Wuming, and Mayu would not have any trouble, Wuming still left his power to Mayu just in case. After that, because of a series of involuntary things, Wuming was a little busy. During this time, he did not go back to see Mayu. Wuming also gradually forgot that he gave Mayu the rank card. My rank card suddenly became hot, and then I felt the summoning from the rank card. I thought it was Brother Wuming calling me, so I responded to the summoning. As a result, I appeared next to the blonde Rin Enasaka. God knows what Mayo's expression was when she saw the blonde Rin Enasaka with Wuming's aura. Anyway, Mayu only remembered that she was completely dumbfounded at the time. When Mayu said this, Wuming understood everything. It was probably because Ereshkigal created a chain of summoning when she merged with Wuming's divinity. She inadvertently contacted Mayu, who held Wuming's rank card, and Mayu thought it was Wuming calling her. As a result, she came over in a daze. At this moment, Mayu was a servant's body composed of a rank card and a spirit core, which was somewhat similar to Little Black. Little Black had already installed a magic converter in her body, and now she didn't need to rely on others to replenish her mana. But after all, she still had the body of a servant, unlike the body of an ordinary primary school student like Ilya and Mayu. In the past, Wuming didn't have any means. Now, Wuming could use the power of the source to create a puppet body for Little Black that was 100% similar to the body of a primary school student. Mayo's human body should still be in her world. Even if something happened to Mayu in Wu Ming's arms, it wouldn't affect Mayo's body. At most, it would cause the rank card to be scrapped. However, Wu Ming wouldn't let anything happen to Mayu. And, the other party isn't Rin Enosaka. She just borrowed Rin Enosaka's appearance. Remember to call her sister L. Wu Ming knocked Mayo's little head. I know, brother Wu Ming. Don't knock my head all the time. Wu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed Mayo's little head again, comforting Mayo's depression of being knocked on the head. You said you appeared next to Ereshkigal. How is Ereshkigal now? Wu Ming was quite worried about Ereshkigal. Blonde-haired Rin Enosaka. I mean, Sister L is now dealing with the demonic beasts in Uruk. She asked me to come and find brother Wu Ming to see if there's anything I can help with. However, Wu Ming had a strange expression. Are you sure Ereshkigal didn't ask you to come and find me to save the day? Wu Ming almost said this sentence. Can Ereshkigal defeat those 5 demonic beasts? Although Wu Ming asked cautiously, there was still distrust in his words. It couldn't be helped. Quizzard and Ishtar would have a problem surviving against any one of the demonic beasts. How could Ereshkigal defeat 5 demonic beasts? Mayu pouted and was a little dissatisfied. Brother Wu Ming, don't underestimate Sister L. She directly locked the 5 demonic beasts in the underworld. Immediately, Mayu described the whole process of the 5 demonic beasts attacking the Uruk. When the sea of black mud rushed to the Uruk, Mayu cast the servant in the class card, which was Wu Ming's ability Yggdrasil system's magic. She raised the ground and intercepted the sea of black mud. After that, Ereshkigal, who received Wu Ming's divinity, got rid of the restrictions of the underworld and came to the ground. However, Ereshkigal still had a trace of her own divinity, so the underworld still protected Ereshkigal. She successfully launched her underworld authority and locked the 5 demonic beasts in her own underworld. In the underworld, Ereshkigal could be said to be invincible. The 5 demonic beasts were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. However, Wu Ming was not optimistic about Ereshkigal. After all, these demonic beasts emerged from the Sea of Black Mud, and the essence of the Sea of Black Mud was the black mud, which was the same as Wu Ming's. Since the 5 demonic beasts were likely not to be suppressed by the underworld, Ereshkigal was in danger. Chapter 10:23. Wu Ming waved his hand, and a clay tablet unique to Uruk appeared in his hand. The clay tablet was covered with Lune runes, and these runes stored the words that Wu Ming wanted to say. Mayu, immediately bring this to Gilgamesh, and then look for Ereshkigal. Those demonic beasts are not ordinary demonic beasts, and I'm worried that she might have an accident. After Wu Ming finished speaking, he handed the clay tablet to Mayu. I understand, brother Wu Ming. Mayu nodded with a serious expression. Mayu, who had Wu Ming's class card, was equivalent to Wu Ming in the state of caster, magician. Her magic power was almost infinite, and she had mastered Lune magic and Yggdrasil magic. She also had a huge amount of divinity and a dragon's breath, and some of Wu Ming's noble artifacts. Not to mention fighting against enemies, she had no problem protecting herself. In addition, Mayu was a serious and strict child, so Wu Ming was very relieved to let Mayu handle this matter. What is brother Wu Ming going to do? Mayu asked abruptly, and she seemed a little nervous. Knowing that Mayu was worried about his Wu Ming could not help but smile, and then he put his hand on Mayo's head. Don't worry, I'm just going to solve a small problem. After this matter is over, don't be in a hurry to go back. Stay in Uruk, and I'll make armlet rice for you alone. That's right, Wu Ming was going to give Mayu special treatment. Although Mayu was a little embarrassed to leave Ilya and Little Black to eat alone, when she thought that she could have Wu Ming to herself, Mayu was secretly delighted. Well, I'm waiting for brother Wu Ming to make armlet rice for me in Uruk. After saying that with a blush on her cheeks, Mayu opened the portal and went in. In this regard, Wu Ming showed a warm expression. Sure enough, Mayu has always been very sensible. It was not the matter of making armlet rice for Mayu. Wu Ming's sensible was that Mayu did not ask much. Anyone could tell that the situation was not good just by looking around. Although it was not a certain death, the dark doomsday scene of the sky and sea was still very unsettling. However, Mayu did not ask anything. She did not ask what was going on here, nor did she ask why Wu Ming said anything. She only listened to her brother's words, listened to Wu Ming's words, and did what Wu Ming told her to do. She was completely like an obedient sister who listened to her brother's words. Or perhaps, this was Mayo's mature side. If it were Little Black, he might not be as good as Mayu. If it were Ilya, it would definitely be worse. Ilya would most likely get to the bottom of it. If she did not do that, Ilya would definitely be distracted or absent-minded. As if imagining Ilya's embarrassed look, Wu Ming could not help but smile. For the sake of Beauty Tour, for the sake of Ilya and Blackie who aren't here, I have to work harder. After Wu Ming finished speaking, he landed on the black mud sea and sat on the surface of the sea. First of all, I need to confirm whether Gudazi and the others are safe. As Wu Ming said, he raised his arm and turned the back of his hand to himself. Some red marks were clearly visible on the back of Wu Ming's hand, which was the magic power crystal of Ishtar's command spell that had been used up before. Although it was said to be a command spell, it did not have most of the effects of a command spell. It only had the effect of replenishing the magic power of the servant. Moreover, after these command spells were used up, they could be replenished through the magic power in the body, but they had not been used, so Wu Ming did not replenish them. And now, it was the time to use them. Wu Ming's raised hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The originally sparse red marks on the back of his hand suddenly solidified, forming 3 scarlet command seals that resembled a bow and arrow, yet also resembled a pair of wings. Wu Ming replenished his magic power. After that, Wu Ming began to issue orders to Ishtar. By the command curse, O goddess of fertility and war, restore your magic power to full. By command spell, mistress of heaven, restore your magic power. By the command of the curse, Ishtar, release your noble phantoms and break through the predicament. That's right, Wu Ming used all the command spells in one breath. Although there were 3 command spells, their function was only to replenish Ishtar's magic power. The first command was to replenish Ishtar's magic power. The second command was to make Ishtar's body overflow with magic power. The third command was to make Ishtar's magic power so much that it was completely out of control, to the extent that it would cause a big explosion if left alone. In this way, the effect of Ishtar's noble phantoms would be several times the original, or even more than 10 times. After all, this was not a game, doubling was not just multiplying by 2, and multiplying by several times was not just multiplying by several. In this way, Wu Ming believed that Ishtar's noble phantoms would be able to affect the surrounding environment. With this, Wu Ming would be able to find them. Sure enough, a few seconds after Wu Ming gave the 3 orders, a light that resembled a falling star appeared in a certain direction. Then, there was a big explosion. On Gudazi's side, after the big explosion caused by Ishtar's noble phantoms, Matthew put away his noble phantoms, revealing a few pterosaurs and a few people on their backs. Just now, everyone was still thinking of a way to get out, but Ishtar suddenly panicked and shouted for Hyun Ryong. Then, she released her noble phantoms that seemed to be many times stronger. After Ishtar's attack was released from Anna's horse, Matthew also activated his noble phantoms and successfully blocked in front of everyone, blocking the aftershock. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ishtar is indeed powerful. She can release such a powerful attack. Merlin sighed as he watched from the side. He did not care about what Ishtar, who was lying on Gudazi's pterosaur, was thinking. Damn it. Hyun Ryong. Ishtar wanted to look ferocious, but she was too tired to do so. She even stuttered when she spoke. Ms. Ishtar, are you all right? Matthew looked at Ishtar with concern. However, Gudazi interrupted. Matthew, you blocked the big explosion just now. Are you hurt? Matthew shook his head. I'm fine, Senior. Ms. Ishtar's noble phantoms were launched far away. I only blocked the aftershock. But just the aftershock alone scared me. Quizzard was the one who spoke now. I didn't expect Ishtar to release such a powerful attack. If there were levels, Ishtar's attack could be categorized as EX. It's all virtuous. Dragon. That guy. Ishtar tilted her head and stopped talking. She was so tired that she couldn't take it anymore. Ishtar's body almost exploded after 3 times of mana replenishment. If Ishtar did not release her noble phantoms quickly, Gudazi and the rest would have been dead by now. Even after releasing her noble phantoms, Ishtar did not feel good. She was still weak. Therefore, it was not unreasonable for Ishtar to gnash his teeth at Wu Ming. Chapter 1024. His Excellency Hun Ryong must be looking for us, Musasp Benkei said. It could only be said that Wu Ming was worthy of the existence of the new army. Not only did Wu Ming understand, but Nyo Ruowan also understood Wu Ming's intention early on. His Excellency Hun Ryong is right. If not, we wouldn't have found the exit. Following Nuwakamaru's gaze, a gap appeared in front of them. Unlike the other places, light shone through the gap. They were indeed trapped, but Ishtar's noble phantasm forcefully blasted a hole in the black mud. Not only did Wu Ming get them out of danger, but he could also tell Wu Ming where they were. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even Ishtar could only keep her dissatisfaction to herself. It was precisely because Wu Ming's action was correct that Ishtar, who did not have the moral high ground, could not find trouble with Wu Ming afterwards. Although she was the mistress of the sky, Ishtar, who had suffered a lot in the hands of Wu Ming, understood one thing. If she were to find trouble with Wu Ming, she could still save some face. However, if she were to find trouble with Wu Ming, she would definitely be tricked by Wu Ming, just like when she was in the underworld. Let's hurry up and leave, Gudazi suggested. If there were any accidents later, they would be in trouble. However, that was how trouble would come about. Suddenly, the entire space began to shake. Whether it was the sky, the sea, or even the walls that connected the sky and the sea, everything shook and a black substance began to fall. The sharp-eyed Quasar was able to immediately tell that the black substance was black mud. Quizzard immediately ordered the pterosaurs. Quick! Pterosaurs, head there at full speed. A few pterosaurs flew in the direction of the gap. They were so fast that Gudazi had to hold on tightly to their backs. However, the black mud was falling faster and faster. Gradually, the entire space looked like it was raining black mud. The raindrops were the size of a fist. Fortunately, the gap between the raindrops was large and it was not a rainstorm yet. Therefore, they could continue to fly over on the pterosaurs. However, because the pterosaur was jumping up and down and swaying left and right to avoid the rain of black mud, Gudazi almost couldn't catch it. Fortunately, Ma Shu was there to help Gudazi. She didn't let Gudazi fall down, nor did she let Gudazi touch the black mud. However, everyone could see that the raindrops were getting bigger and denser. At this moment, the pterosaurs were still halfway to the exit. Although everyone knew that they could not touch the black mud, Quizzard could not help but say, "Everyone, don't get touched by the black mud." However, now that the volume and frequency of the raindrops had increased, it was too difficult to not get stained by the black mud. The first accident happened. Gah! The pterosaur that Nuwakamaru and Musasp Benkei were riding on was dripped by a drop of the black mud and let out a scream. Then, the entire pterosaur flew around uncontrollably and even collided with several drops of rain. "Lady Nuwakamaru? Don't worry about me, Mi Ching." Nuwakamaru and Musasp Benkei's panicked voices came from the pterosaur. "Lady Nuwakamaru? Mr. Mi Ching?" Matthew shouted nervously. Whoosh! Suddenly, countless petals flew to Nuwakamaru and Musasp Benkei's pterosaur. It was as if the pterosaur was frozen in place and became quiet. The rain that fell from the sky seemed to have encountered some resistance and was blocked by the petals. In the next second, Merlin flew over on the pterosaur while Musasp Benkei and Nuwakamaru took the opportunity to jump onto Merlin's pterosaur. Piedra del Sol. The Quetzalcoatl god had released the real phantasm of the Piedra Almanac that was originally in the Temple of Eridu. Although Eric Metropolis was drowned by the sea of black mud, the Piedra god had summoned the Piedra Almanac to her side before Eric Metropolis was drowned. As for the size, it was Quizzard's phantasm and could be changed at will. Flames and lava emerged from a fiery red stone in Quizzard's hand and formed a semicircular protective shield. Quizzard raised it above her head. "Everyone, come to my side." The protective shield of flames and lava blocked the rain above Quizzard's head and was wide enough to protect the others. The pterosaur that Gudazi and the others were riding on immediately flew over. Everyone immediately flew toward the gap without stopping. After all, it was better to leave as soon as possible. The pterosaur that was stained by the rain fell into the darkness below as if it had died. After they were safe, Musasp Benkei took the lead to ask about Nuwakamaru's safety. "Lady Nuwakamaru, are you okay?" Nuwakamaru half knelt on the pterosaur's back and shook his head to show that he was fine. "Di Ching, no, Ocean Lord, it's all thanks to you this time." Nuwakamaru knew that she was almost stained by the black mud. Although it was just a little bit of black mud, who knew how the black mud eroded? Was it instant assimilation? Or did it need time? No one knew, and no one would try. "What are you talking about, Nuwakamaru? As long as you're okay." Musasp Benkei, who was half kneeling on the pterosaur's back, lowered his head silently as if he was dead. This gave Nuwakamaru a shock. Similarly, Gudazi and Matthew, who were on the pterosaur's back, were also shocked. "Mr. Di Ching? Di Ching?" Quizzard, who was using her noble artifact, and Ishtar, who was exhausted, did not have time to care. However, Merlin, who was riding on the same pterosaur as Musasp Benkei and Nuwakamaru, seemed to have noticed something and squinted his eyes. However, Musasp Benkei lowered his head and spoke. "Lady Nuwakamaru, I have something to ask of you." Hearing Musasp Benkei's voice, Nuwakamaru was relieved. "What's the matter?" As long as he was not dead, everything was fine. "Can I ask you to die?" After Musasp Benkei finished speaking, he instantly got up and slashed at Nuwakamaru with his Bacento. "What?" Gudazi and Matthew widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They could not react at all. Not only them, but even Nuwakamaru could not react. After all, Nuwakamaru did not expect Musasp Benkei to assassinate him. This was not a dereliction of duty as a general on the battlefield. Instead, it was natural for him to lower his guard around someone close to him. However, the attack was still blocked. Clank! The holy sword that looked like an authentic item blocked the sharp she blade, making a piercing sound. The one who blocked the attack was naturally Merlin, who was next to Nuwakamaru. He had just noticed that something was wrong with Musasp Benkei. "Sure enough, you have been assimilated by the black mud." Chapter 10:25. Following Merlin's words, everyone looked at Musasp Benkei, who was holding his Bacento and preparing to slash. Musasp Benkei's skin was originally the color of a dead person, and his thick eyelids were not something a normal person could have. But at this moment, Musasp Benkei did not look like a normal person. Black lines could be vaguely seen on Musasp Benkei's skin like tattoos, and a chaotic aura filled Musasp Benkei's body. And at the back of Musasp Benkei's neck, there was an obvious black mark. It was the mark of the black mud after it dried up. There was no doubt that he had been stained by the black mud when the pterosaur lost control. "I didn't expect the black mud to be able to assimilate instantly." Merlin frowned, then used his sword to lift Musasp Benkei's Bacento, then stabbed at Musasp Benkei. However, Musasp Benkei jumped off the pterosaur's back and stood on something black, bathing in the rain of black mud. It was a pterosaur, a black pterosaur. It was the pterosaur that had fallen below and was eroded by the black mud. This is really surprising. I didn't expect Sir Merlin's swordsmanship to be so outstanding. Merlin's move was not easy to block, so Musasp Benkei chose to retreat. "Senior, please be careful." Matthew, who reacted at this moment, immediately held his shield in front of Gudazi and Ishtar, and looked warily at Musasp Benkei, who was standing on the black pterosaur. Quizzard knew what had happened, but she did not move and maintained her lava shield. However, the pterosaurs collectively sped up again. They had to leave the range of the rain of black mud first, or they would be in an extremely disadvantageous situation no matter what they did. Musasp Benkei went from the pterosaur lost control due to the black mud to assassinating Nuwakamaru in less than 10 seconds. There was no doubt that he had been assimilated by the black mud, or Tiamat's authority, in these 10 seconds or even shorter. To be honest, this assimilation speed scared Quizzard. How could there be such an exaggerated ability in this world? Quizzard did not know that Tiamat's ability was most likely strengthened by the black mud, so she could only be amazed. He wasn't sure if the assimilation speed had anything to do with one's strength, but he was afraid that he would be done for once he was infected. Therefore, he had to leave the range of the rain of black mud. However, the black pterosaur, at the same speed, at the same time, the pterosaur was not far behind Nuwakamaru's. At this moment, Nyo Ruowan spoke. When? Nuwakamaru's state of mind was unusually good. She did not break down because of Musasp Benkei's assimilation. Instead, she talked to him very calmly. Merlin silently took a few steps back, leaving space for Musasp Benkei and Nuwakamaru to talk. The moment I asked you about your situation, I felt the existence of Mother. That is the supreme truth, the true Buddhist kingdom that saves all living beings from suffering. When he said this, Musasp Benkei was clearly a little excited. No, it should be crazy. Lord Nuwakamaru, I want you to return to Mother's embrace with them, and you should be in front of them. Unfortunately, you were stopped by Sir Merlin. As if he had really missed something important, Musasp Benkei shook his head regretfully. Stay here and let this penniless monk send you to see Mother. With that, Musasp Benkei raised his hand and grasped at the gap. Countless black mud filled the gap. The gap began to heal quickly. At this moment, Musasp Benkei could actually control the black mud. This gave everyone a fright. It was not easy to open a gap in this black mud space. Once it closed, who knew how to get out? It was hard to say whether Wu Ming could find them again. Everyone, come to my side. Quizzard called out to the crowd. Merlin was the first to jump onto Quizzard's pterosaur. Then, Nuwakamaru jumped onto Gudazi and came to Quizzard's side with Matthew, who was carrying Ishtar. Feathered serpent god pterosaur, full speed ahead. Quizzard's pterosaur that everyone was riding suddenly accelerated and tried to speed out with the other pterosaurs that were following closely behind. However, Musasp Benkei smiled slightly. You can't get out. I'll wait for you here. Indeed, as Musasp Benkei said, when everyone was still a short distance away from the gap was almost closed. However, just when everyone was helpless, a black-purple ripple suddenly appeared in front of the pterosaurs that were flying at high speed. The pterosaurs, Gudazi, and the others plunged into it and the portal immediately closed. Seeing this scene, Musasp Benkei could not help but frown. His Excellency Hyun Ryong? At this point, the gap was completely closed without a single gap. A second ago, in the world outside the gap, Wu Ming floated in the air and opened the portal. In an instant, a few pterosaurs that were not small flew out. Then, Wu Ming instantly closed the portal. I've finally found you. Wu Ming looked at Gudazi and the others who were on the pterosaur's back. Assassin, you're finally here. Gudazi's face lit up with joy. I arrived just in time. If I was any later, I wouldn't have been able to save you. When Wu Ming arrived, he happened to see Gudazi and the others flying toward him in the darkness. He saw that there was a gap that was rapidly closing, so Wu Ming directly opened a portal on the path that the pterosaurs had to pass through. That was how he managed to save Gudazi and the others. I understand the situation now. You guys can return to Uruk first. Leave the rest to me. When Wu Ming saw Musasp Benkei standing on the back of a black pterosaur, he guessed that he was probably assimilated by the black mud. However, just when Gudazi and Matthew wanted to say something, Merlin suddenly became serious. Are you ready? I'm ready. This was Wu Ming's answer, and he was quite certain. Then I'll leave it to you. In this regard, Wu Ming did not say anything and only nodded. Gudazi and Matthew also shut their mouths and did not speak again. I won't leave. I want to stay. Nuwakamaru suddenly interrupted rather calmly. Without a doubt, she chose to stay because of Musasp Benkei. You might die. Wu Ming answered her simply. I'm sorry, Your Excellency Hyun Ryong. I've made up my mind. Woo Ming nodded. Since her attitude had already reached this point, he did not need to persuade her anymore. Ms. Nuwakamaru, Nyo Ruo, Gudazi and Matthew did not know what to say and looked worried. On the contrary, Nuwakamaru was quite optimistic. Your Excellency Fujimaru, Your Excellency Matthew, take care. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. After that, Quizzard spoke again. This is for you. She stretched out her hand and there was a fiery red stone in her hand that seemed to be burning. This was the noble phantasm that Quizzard had just cast, the solar ephemeris, Piedra del Sol. This noble phantasm is activated by the solar ephemeris. It can be said that it's a one-time use noble phantasm. After it's activated, it won't be deactivated, so I want to give it to you to use up. I should have used this trick earlier. Then, your subordinates wouldn't have been in trouble. Quizzard said as if she was blaming herself. In this regard, Nuwakamaru shook his head. It's not your fault, Your Excellency Quizzard. The rain of black mud was getting more and more difficult to dodge, so it was not an accident that it was hit. Moreover, this was a one-time use noble phantasm, so it must be kept for critical occasions. What's more, Quizzard immediately used this noble phantasm when there was an accident just now. It was obvious that she was not someone who did not know the severity of the situation. At this moment, Quizzard wanted to give this activated noble phantasm to Nuwakamaru and let Nuwakamaru use it up. I'll take it. After that, Nuwakamaru's hand held the solar ephemeris. Chapter 1026. Woo Ming opened the portal to Uruk and let Gudazi and the others go back. Before they left, Ishtar, who had recovered a bit of strength, complained to Woo Ming, as if Woo Ming had done something to her. After closing the portal quickly, Woo Ming looked at Nuwakamaru, who was not present. At this moment, Nuwakamaru's right hand was clenched into a fist, and smoke was coming out of it. That was the sign that the solar ephemeris was causing damage to Nuwakamaru's body, or rather, the spirit base. You really don't have to do this. Woo Ming spoke again, although he knew it was useless. The Ocean Venerable followed me to the end this time, so I can't leave him behind. Then, Nuwakamaru changed the topic. By the way, Sir Hyun Ryong, have you prepared your trump card? Woo Ming nodded and looked in the direction he came from. Almost, but I still have something to do, and you're here. What Woo Ming meant was that Nuwakamaru could help Woo Ming complete this matter. Please tell me, sir. I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. At this moment, Nuwakamaru was like a loyal warrior, waiting for the king's order. Woo Ming smiled at this. It's not that serious. I just need you to force Tiamat out. Force her out? Nuwakamaru was stunned. What should she do? And Woo Ming looked at her hand, or rather, the solar ephemeris in her hand. I need you to burn the black mud. On the other side, on the sea of black mud, Woo Ming sat cross-legged on the sea with his eyes closed, as if waiting for something. However, Woo Ming's shaking fingers showed that Woo Ming was not just waiting. He was constructing a tactic to summon his trump card. That trump card was not his noble phantasm. He needed the help of Collis, who was in the route, to complete the summoning of this trump card. The reason why Collis did not say much was that she was focusing on perfecting this trump card. The one who went to rescue Gudazi and the others was Woo Ming's doppelganger, which was transformed from a dependent. Except for the only weapon that could not be replicated, Woo Ming's doppelganger had 100% of Woo Ming's strength. Other than saving Gudazi and the others, Woo Ming's clone had another mission. Woo Ming's trump card still needed a primer before it could be used. Only when Tiamat truly appeared would he be able to use it. Thus, luring out Tiamat was another mission of the doppelganger. Coincidentally, Quizzard had given the solar almanac to Nuwakamaru, so Woo Ming's doppelganger did not need to do anything else other than use the solar almanac to burn the black mud. Although there was no way to completely burn the black mud, Woo Ming speculated that as long as a part of it was burned, Tiamat would definitely appear. Woo Ming guessed that this black mud was most likely something that belonged to Tiamat's body. Thus, as long as a part of it was burned, Tiamat would definitely appear. Woo Ming, on the other hand, only needed to wait quietly and design a supportive tactic. Suddenly, the eastern side of the sky turned red, and the light of the fire soared. It was obvious that Nuwakamaru had begun to use the solar almanac to burn the sea of black mud. And it was also at this moment that the entire sea of black mud, as well as the space of black mud in the southeast where Gudazi and the others had been trapped, began to produce powerful magical fluctuations. And along with this powerful magical fluctuation, Wu Ming's trump card, which he had prepared long ago, also began to form a connection with this world. Is Tiamat about to come out? Wu Ming opened his eyes and looked in the southwest direction, then looked at the sea of black mud beneath him and took a deep breath. The moment had finally arrived. Wu Ming was about to activate this trump card that had been born out of a sudden whim. Let's begin, Collis. Yes, Master. After the conversation, Wu Ming's body seemed to have given up all resistance and accepted the gravitational force, sinking directly into the sea of black mud. On the other side of Wu Ming's clone, Nuwakamaru fell into the sea of black mud, and the solar almanac in her hand burned the black mud around her. The black mud dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, but this could be said to be harmless to the sea of black mud. However, calling out Tiamat only required a little stimulation. Whether or not the black mud could evaporate was not within Wu Ming's consideration. It was just like how mosquitoes sucking blood would not cause much harm to humans, but humans would always react when they realized that their blood was being sucked. Feeling the increasingly turbulent magical power around him, Wu Ming's clone nodded silently, then waved his hand and opened a teleportation portal beside Nuwakamaru. That's enough, Nuwakamaru. Return to Uruk. What's next is not something you can handle, Wu Ming shouted at Nuwakamaru. Nuwakamaru's spiritual base was gradually collapsing as she released a relic that did not belong to her. If this were to continue, there was no doubt that she would leave. Wu Ming did not want to kill Nuwakamaru. However, Nuwakamaru did not seem to hear what Wu Ming said as she continued to release the flames and lava from the solar almanac. Nuwakamaru's face was a little twisted. It seemed like Nuwakamaru's mental state was not very good, and she was probably on the verge of turning evil. Wu Ming controlled the teleportation portal to swallow Nuwakamaru, leaving the solar almanac alone. Wu Ming's clone went to the solar almanac and held it with one hand, injecting a large amount of magical power into it. Since it was a one-time relic, Wu Ming's clone decided to inject magical power into it before the relic lost its function completely until the solar almanac could no longer take it or dissipated. The solar almanac was getting more and more ferocious as it received an endless supply of magical power. Countless flames and lava were surging as if they were going to destroy the world, constantly devouring the sea of black mud. This time, it was no longer a mosquito bite, but a venomous worm bite. Then, before the solar almanac could self-destruct, the entire sea of black mud went berserk. Like a deep-sea monster that appeared from the ocean, the sea of black mud soared into the sky like a dragon sucking in water. It was so fast and its range was so wide that it was shocking. Wu Ming's clone, who was in the range, escaped through the teleportation portal at the last moment with the solar almanac and arrived at where Wu Ming was previously. The two places were quite far apart, and the sea there was only shaking. Wu Ming's clone exclaimed as he watched the sky and water turn dark. It's a little sudden, but this proves that Tiamat is panicking. The solar almanac's movement earlier was considered to have hurt Tiamat. Otherwise, the sea of black mud would not have such a huge movement. After all, it was a one-time relic of the South American master god. After receiving Wu Ming's massive magical power, even Tiamat could not be unaffected. Wu Ming raised his hand and looked at the solar almanac that was about to burn out. He made a decision. It's time for you to fulfill your final mission. Wu Ming weighed it and then threw it to the place where the sky and water were so dark that he could not see the situation clearly. In the next second, the solar almanac was like the sun that shone on everything, releasing its last ray of light in the sky. A gigantic dragon beast that was many times bigger than the 11 demonic beasts earlier was standing there with its eyes closed. That was Tiamat. Chapter 10:27. Tiamat's body was covered with black mud. At a glance, it was pitch black without any extra color. Her 4 limbs were on the ground in the posture of a beast, and only her mouth was faintly visible with an exaggerated degree of crack. This oppressive feeling, as expected of the goddess of creation. Wu Ming's doppelganger's tone was full of emotion. It couldn't be helped. Anyone who saw this scene would feel the same way, such as Gudazi and the others who were far away in Uruk. Because of Wu Ming's vigilance, the 5 magical beasts trapped in Ereshkigal's underworld didn't do anything. After Mayu brought the letter to Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh allowed Mayu to take part of the combat power to the underworld to investigate. After that, Mayu took Enkidu, Fen Baba, and Zhuge Kongming, who rarely came out, to the underworld. According to Zhuge Kongming's idea, he restudied the seal of divine right, Dinja, and wanted to find a magical beast to test it out. The 5 magical beasts were indeed as Wu Ming said, the underworld didn't restrict them. Ereshkigal almost failed. Fortunately, Mayu arrived with reinforcements, and Zhuge Kongming's new seal of divine right, Dinja, was also verified. The price was that the 5 magical beasts died. After that, Ereshkigal didn't continue to stay in the underworld, and Zhuge Kongming also didn't stay in the house. At this moment, everyone, including Ereshkigal and Zhuge Kongming, and those who returned to Uruk, gathered on the southwest city wall, looking at Tiamat's figure in the distance, which was illuminated by the solar calendar stone. Although a large sea of black mud formed Tiamat's body, there was still a large sea of black mud spreading on the ground, and it didn't seem to decrease at all. That's Tiamat. Gudazi's throat moved. Obviously, she was surprised and afraid of Tiamat. Even Quizzard, Ishtar, Ereshkigal, and other goddesses felt a trace of fear. It was enough to show how powerful Tiamat's deterrence was. Tiamat appeared in the depths of the Persian Gulf, which was the Indian Ocean region. It was thousands of miles away from Uruk city. However, even so, because of Tiamat's huge body, Gudazi and the others could see Tiamat from Uruk. Before this, everyone in Uruk was ordered by Gilgamesh to stay in their homes or temporary residences to pray. They were not allowed to go out and ignore anything that happened outside. Therefore, Tiamat's appearance didn't cause any panic among the humans in Uruk. That's right. That huge dragon beast is the creation mother of Mesopotamia, Tiamat. Merlin walked to the front as a commentator. Tiamat's body was used to create the world, which means that her body must be huge. However, this size is beyond my imagination. Roman's sarcastic voice came from Gudazi's bracelet. However, now wasn't the time to talk about this, right? How were they going to fight such a huge Tiamat god? Doctor, can you still track Assassin's location? Before thinking about how to fight Tiamat, Gudazi was first worried about Wu Ming. No. It's too far away. Plus, the black mud has a disruptive effect. There's no way to detect Hunryong's location. However, at this moment, a young voice came into everyone's ears. Brother Wu Ming is fine. Mayu looked into the distance with eyes full of trust. Although everyone was baffled by the fact that she was Wu Ming's sister, Mayo's aura was indeed Wu Ming's. It couldn't be faked. Brother Wu Ming saved my world and Ilya's world. At the same time, he also saved me, Ilya, and Blackie. Brother Wu Ming saved everyone. This time, I believe that Brother Wu Ming will also save everyone. That was the trust between Mayu and Wu Ming. As soon as those words came out, everyone was no longer worried about Wu Ming. Even their fear of Tiamat was reduced a lot. Following this atmosphere, Merlin, who acted as a commentator, spoke again. The beast of original sin has appeared. The human's evil will lead to the appearance of the crowned servant. In addition, the appearance of one evil will lead to the birth of another evil. The crowned servant has already appeared. The next thing to be born is a new human's evil. Thus, to fight against the beast of original sin, Merlin's words were ethereal and deeply rooted in people's hearts. The entire Uruk seemed to have heard it, including Gudazi and the others beside Merlin. In the next second, reflecting Merlin's words, the crowned servant has already appeared. A bell sounded out of thin air. Dang, 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 Gudazi and Matthew couldn't help but shiver. In the next second, an old man wearing a tattered linen and a hood stood in the middle of the crowd. Huh! Gudazi and Matthew were shocked. Although the others were shocked by the old man's infiltration method, they didn't show anything because they were used to not showing their emotions. Obeying the will of heaven, the crown assassin Hassan Sabah gives the opportunity to live from death. The old man's words were old but full of confidence. Gudazi, Matthew, and Roman and Leonardo da Vinci in Chaldea were all surprised. This old man was the first Hassan that Gudazi and the others had asked to see at the Azrael temple. Come on, the evil that represents the opposite of the crown, the existence that has inherited the name of the beast, the apex of evil in the human fire worship sect, the three-headed demonic dragon, appear here. The entire sea of black mud was turbulent, and the source of the turbulence was near the coastline of the former Persian Gulf. In the next second, the turbulence increased, and Uruk city was affected as if there was an earthquake. Then, a huge pure white figure leaped out of the sea of black mud, hovered in the sky a few times, and dispelled part of the black clouds before landing on the sea of black mud. It was a behemoth that was not inferior to Tiamat, but its color was completely opposite to the dark Tiamat. This behemoth was pure white. Like Tiamat, it was like a beast with 4 limbs on the ground, and a pair of folded grey wings on its back. In addition, this pure white behemoth had 3 heads, with a pair of dragon horns on the middle head, a crown on the left head, and nothing on the right head. It seemed lifeless as its head drooped. In addition, the pure white behemoth was holding 2 demonic beasts that were larger than humans in size. They were Muzu Maf and Karuru, who had escaped. The black beast and the pure white beast stood opposite each other with their eyes closed as if waiting for an opportunity. That is. In response to Gudazi's question, Merlin, as the commentator, continued to speak. One of the evil points in the Persian fire worship sect's mythology, the 3-headed demonic dragon that once destroyed half of the world, Az-Dahaka, has now appeared as another human evil beast. Gudazi and Matthew were shocked. However, Ishtar, who had almost recovered, noticed a clue. She realized that she had seen the 3-headed demonic dragon's middle head before. Wait, is this 3-headed demonic dragon transformed by Hyun Ryong? Hey! Gudazi and Matthew looked at Ishtar in disbelief. Look, the 3-headed demonic dragon's middle head is basically the same as the head of Hyun Ryong's dragon body, isn't it? Everyone looked at the place where Ishtar pointed. Gudazi, Matthew, Quizzard, Leopard Man, and Anna had never seen Wu Ming's dragon body, so they were not sure. However, Gilgamesh and Nuwakamaru definitely knew. When Wu Ming transformed into his dragon body and fought with Gorgon, although they were still far away, Nuwakamaru, as a servant, must have some impression of it. However, the only ones who knew the most were Merlin, the cheetah, and Enkidu and Fen Barber, who had always been by Wu Ming's side. Immediately, Enkidu spoke. That's right, that human evil is indeed Hyun Ryong Sama's transformation. It was summoned by Crown Assassin and another human evil. Human evils were attracted to each other. When a human evil appeared, other human evils would appear in turn. This was destined. And Crown Servant, as the suppression mechanism of human evils, would naturally appear together with human evils. In other words, where human evils appeared, there must be Crown Servant, and where Crown Servant appeared, there must be human evils. However, this became a contradiction. In the end, did the Crown Servant appear first, or did the beast appear first? Wu Ming relied on Crown Assassin and the double primer to successfully appear as a Crown Servant. And as the carrier, naturally, was the 3-headed demonic dragon Az-Dakaha's body that Wu Ming obtained from the box world. Chapter 1028. Back then, when Wu Ming inherited Az-Dakaha's human final trial identity in the box and returned to the root, Wu Ming suddenly had the idea of transferring the human final trial identity to Az-Dakaha's body. It was not to revive Az-Dakaha, but to reconstruct a new body based on Az-Dakaha's body to act as the human final trial's absolute evil. When Wu Ming entered the Mesopotamia singularity, his spiritual base was forged from Az-Dakaha's body. Collis continued to perfect and refine the concept of the human final trial in the root, adding the concept of the human final trial identity to Wu Ming's spiritual base created by Az-Dakaha. However, later on, after realizing that the enemy was the human evil, Wu Ming had a new idea: to use the human evil's identity to appear. Merlin also said that the human evil and the crowned servant were attracted to each other. If one existed, the other would exist. Likewise, the human evil and the human evil would also attract each other. If one existed, the other would also appear. This was an unbreakable rule. The human final trial identity was similar to the human evil identity itself. Furthermore, Az-Darkahar belonged to Persian mythology, and Persia was a part of Mesopotamia. Therefore, with the crowned servant assassin and the other human evil as the primer, and with the suppression force behind Wu Ming giving him some face, the new human evil, Beast 7 Az-Darkahar, was naturally born. The human evil's seventh beast is Lord Hunryong's trump card. Because this human evil was controlled by Wu Ming, although it was harmful to humans, Wu Ming would not actively harm humans. He would leave the Type Moon world after eliminating the other human evil, Tiamat, so he would not harm humans. It was even possible that after he left, the human evil would automatically leave him and return to the real Beast 7. That's right, the human evil was transformed from the love of the 7 humans. Wu Ming was only temporarily using a series of methods to appear as the 7th beast, but he did not truly become the human evil. However, if the human evil that inherited the 7th beast remained in the Type Moon world, it would be qualified to become the new beast and replace the original 7th beast. After all, the scene that Az-Darkahar, who inherited the final trial's absolute evil, most wanted to see was the human hero standing on its corpse and advancing towards a better future. In a sense, this was also considered love. After all, the human final trial's absolute evil in the Type Moon world was an evil that humans had to overcome. It was fully qualified to do so. The human evil against the human evil, this is Hunryong's trump card. Merlin said the final words. Now, the battle of the beasts that only exists in fantasy is about to begin. Following Merlin's words, Enkidu, who was originally carrying Fen Barber, put down Fen Barber and flew into the sky. It turned into a dazzling silver chain and flew towards the pure white 3-headed demonic dragon, wrapping around its drooping head. In the next second, the 3-headed demonic dragon's 3 heads opened their eyes at the same time. Red pupils, blue pupils, and blue pupils appeared in the eyes of the 3 heads respectively. Trinity, Gilgamesh saw the 3-headed demonic dragon's current state. The 3 heads were occupied by 3 different spiritual bases. One of them was Wu Ming's, another was Enkidu's, and the last one seemed to be Wu Ming's magic attire. It's rare to see a magic attire with a spiritual base alone, Zhuge Kongming commented. Then, as the 3-headed demonic dragon opened its eyes, Tiamat on the opposite side also opened her eyes, revealing a pair of shining starry eyes. Roar. The 3-headed demonic dragon roared like an ordinary beast. Tiamat let out a mournful cry that sounded like a song. The 2 giant beasts let out their own roars, and then, the battle began. After the roar ended, the pure white giant beast casually swallowed Muzu Mafu and Kururu as if it was demonstrating its power. The pitch-black giant beast expressed its anger. Its roar contained a powerful magical power, and the sea of black mud was forcefully split apart by this magical power. However, the pure white giant beast wasn't affected by this roar at all. It spread the curled shadow wings on its back. The shadow wings covered the sky and were so huge that they were bigger than the pure white giant beast's body. With the help of the shadow wings, the pure white giant beast flew into the sky. Its mouth contained a white light that could destroy the world, and it suddenly shot it toward the pitch-black giant beast. Dong! The tyrant's halo hit Tiamat, and the white light covered everything in the surroundings. It even covered the solar almanac that had long disappeared, and it lit up the sky and the earth. In an instant, it was as bright as day. The Uruk city was very far away from the place where the 2 giant beasts were fighting. Moreover, the Uruk was protected by Wu Ming's relic, so the battle between the 2 giant beasts wouldn't affect the Uruk at all. Although they didn't know what was going on outside, they still followed Gilgamesh's orders. The humans were still praying in their homes, and they didn't care about what was going on outside. They just prayed that the end of the world would be over as soon as possible. On the city wall in the southwest of Uruk, everyone covered their eyes. There was no other reason as the light was too glaring, and they couldn't see what was going on clearly. However, in the end, everyone walked down the city wall. After all, they couldn't just close their eyes and stare blankly. However, at that moment, everyone understood that the battle between the two giant beasts was not something that they could intervene in. If Quizzard wasn't a servant but a god, she could still intervene. However, no matter if it was a servant or a body, they couldn't intervene, including Ishtar. Damn it. Hunryong, if you lose, I won't forgive you. Ishtar muttered because she couldn't do anything. God bless, Master Hunryong, you must win. Ishtar glanced at it, and it turned out that her demigod, Ereshkigal, was praying to the god. Hey, are you a god yourself? Ishtar couldn't help but complain. I'm willing, can't I? Ereshkigal blushed and stared back at Ishtar. Although the two were half-sisters, they didn't get along well. However, to Ereshkigal's surprise, Ishtar didn't refute Ereshkigal. Instead, she comforted her. Don't worry, Hunryong won't lose. He saved the Uruk. We just need to believe and wait. Although Ishtar's gentleness was somewhat uncomfortable, Ereshkigal felt good. She remembered what Wuming said at the beginning. It seemed that Wuming didn't lie, Ishtar was actually a good goddess. While Ereshkigal was stunned, Gilgamesh suddenly spoke. Fen Barber, with your strength, you should be able to help. Gilgamesh stood in front of Fen Barber, who was rubbing her eyes, and said so. Master told me to stay here. Fen Barber said in a childish voice. Gilgamesh raised his eyebrows, but then Gilgamesh realized why Wuming asked Fen Barber to stay here. So that's how it is, you are also a crown. Gudazi and Matthew were surprised. Roman and Leonardo da Vinci of Chaldea were also surprised. Why does it seem like a crown is cheap? Two human evils naturally need two crown servants. Hunryong just let Fen Barber temporarily accept the identity of the crown rider to maintain the situation of two human evils. Once Fen Barber uses her power, the power of the crown rider will be lost. In short, he used the contradiction between crown servants and human evils. The first thing to know was that there was no rule that the number of human evils needed to be the same number of crown servants. Originally, the crown assassin appeared because of Beast 2, but the crown assassin was used by Wuming to pair with his own Beast 7. As a result, the second beast lost its corresponding crown servant. As a result, there must be another crown servant to maintain the balance. Wuming must maintain this state so that the contradiction will not be broken and he can continue to exist. At this moment, Wuming was not the real Beast 7. He could only use this method to make himself appear. Hearing Merlin's clear and logical analysis, everyone was enlightened. However, there was something that Merlin didn't understand. Merlin could understand why the first Hassan cooperated with Wuming's action. After all, the two had met before. But what about Fen Barber? She was neither a servant nor a human. How could she take on the title of rider? The reason was that the suppression force was Wuming's backer. He temporarily put the title of rider on Fen Barber without the slightest pressure. Wuming paid the price anyway. During the acceptance of the title, Fen Barber couldn't use her power. However, Merlin would never know the answer. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.